Okay, go ahead, Cesar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Thursday, November 17th, 2022. Commissioners' Court is meeting in special open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 is public comment. We have one person signed up for standard public comment. We have other folks that are signed up for individual items.
Okay.
Our speaker is Daniel Tires. I'd just like to remind all speakers that speak in public comment that public comment is limited to 5 minutes. You will be timed. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Daniel Tires, a leader of St. Luke Catholic Church and a member of a Paso and Border Interfaith. I also sit on the board of Project Arriba, which trains people making minimum wage for jobs with good wages in healthcare, education, and other industries. Project Arriba provides counseling, funds for tuition and books, childcare, and other support to make the completion rate one of the highest in the nation. On behalf of hundreds of leaders with the Paso and Border Interfaith that gathered 3 weeks ago for our 40th anniversary, I wish to speak to a presentation from the Economic Development Board that you will hear at the end of your meeting today. For the last year and a half, the Paso and Border Interfaith has advocated that Project Arriba should receive funds from the American Rescue Act plan. We read the act and know that one of the top priorities for ARPA funds, as written in the act, is workforce training. The spirit of this act was about investing in human capital and getting funds out to help people recover from the pandemic. So far, Project Arriba has not received any funding from ARPA dollars. We believe Project Arriba should receive $1 million to meet the demand for jobs in critical industries. Our economic recovery in El Paso is very sluggish. At our action last month, we heard from young people who are struggling to make their way through El Paso Community College and UTEP. One shared that she has medical debt and working 3 jobs. Another has a friend who can't even start her education until she can find stable housing. Like these stories, there are thousands of others. So there is plenty of demand for workforce training that would wrap around support. On the other side of the equation, there is plenty of supply for good-paying jobs. In fact, not doing something to meet the needs of our healthcare industry is detrimental to our whole community. There are currently close to 1,000 vacant RN positions in our border region, and many other critical shortages in healthcare. Anyone who has been to the hospital recently can feel the pressures of nurses there under and its effect on us as patients. The shortages are also expensive. At one time, University Medical Center was spending $5 million a month on contracted workers to meet their need for nurses. There are other sectors with needs. In education, there is a large and growing teacher shortage across the board, but especially in special education and bilingual education. But there are ways for municipalities like ours to be leaders. In Tucson, for example, local municipalities invested $3 million in Project Arriba's sister organization. Their program has gone from serving 200 participants a year to over 800 a year. They are attracting workers in need while at the same time meeting demand for labor. We think there are a lot of great ideas in the presentation that you will hear today. But we want to
30
stress
seconds.
we
Continue,
want
30
to
seconds.
stress the amount suggested for Project Arriba. $300,000 is not ambitious enough. If you could triple that amount to close to $1 million, you would see a 50% increase in total graduates for the program over the next few years, and start to have a real strategy to address this huge need in our community.
Daniel, for just the sake of fairness to everybody else, I'll give you a little bit more, but if you could wrap up on this,
Thank you,
please.
thank you, Judge. Appreciate that. And just a few more seconds.
Thank you.
This is an investment, not a handout. The return on investment in Project Arriba is 28 to 1. That is, for every dollar spent, the community of El Paso, the county of El Paso gets $28 in return. Our PISO and border interfaith leaders will be tuning in to listen to your discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Daniel, thank you, and for your kind and generous words for a great organization. We
Thank you,
agree.
Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, with your permission, can we take the addendum, item number 13, please?
Yeah, just want to welcome
Oh,
everyone.
sorry, thank you.
Yeah, just welcome everyone to Commissioners Court. As always, we really thank you for being here with us today. It's always very good to have, especially with the topics that we're talking about today. I think they're impactful enough, and the decisions should have the right feedback, as we just received right now from Daniel. So thank you for being here, and this is on behalf of myself and the commissioners. Commissioner Stout will be virtual. And Lisa, would you mind standing up just really quick? Besides thanking you for everything you did during the election and everything you had to do in the long hours, at the end of that, she had a birthday, right? So I'd like to wish Lisa a very, very happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we could take on the resolution first.
Thank you, sir. Item number 13, addendum to the agenda. Approve and adopt a resolution raising awareness about the burden of injury and the El Paso County commitment to creating a safe environment for the well-being of our residents in El Paso County, Texas.
Will UMC, you want to go ahead and come up and as I read the resolution? And thank you for being here and for your passion on this and so many other things that you do for our community. Whereas injuries are the leading cause of death and disability to U.S. children ages 1 to 18. In fact, injury is the leading cause of death for people through 44 years of age. And whereas the University Medical Center El Paso is dedicated to raising awareness about the burden of injury and violence and empower the people in the community through program, education, and resources using a culturally sensitive approach with respect to language, culture, norms, education, and economic barriers. And whereas UMC El Paso, in coordination with various community partners, aims to reduce preventable injuries and fatalities through prevention programs that support bike, wheel sports, and helmet safety, pedestrian safety, fall prevention, child passenger safety, motor vehicle and distracted driving safety, medicine and cleaning supply safety, and other tailored community initiatives that enhance safety awareness. And whereas the County of El Paso is committed to creating a safe environment and contributing to safety and well-being of our residents. Whereas hospitals, state agencies, and community organizations are committed to their crucial role in reducing injuries and death by promoting safe practices. And whereas National Injury Prevention Day raises awareness and promotes efforts to reduce injuries among children and adults, the County of El Paso commends UMC El Paso and all involved in their endeavor to protect residents from injury and call upon the residents of El Paso to join this observation. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declare November the 18th as National Injury Prevention Day. Signed the 17th day of November, 2022.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for sponsoring this resolution. My name is Ana Acosta, and I'm the Injury Prevention and Education Specialist for the Trauma Department at UMC El Paso. National Injury Prevention Day is designed to raise awareness about the burden of injury and violence and the need for change. Unintentional injuries are the leading cause of death and hospitalization for people ages 1 to 44. UMC El Paso is the only Level 1 trauma center in the region, and as such, we are dedicated to educating and empowering our community to make a difference and work towards reducing these preventable injuries and deaths. In addition to addressing risk factors, it is equally important to foster resiliency and address inequities leading to injury and violence so that all people have safe and nurturing relationships, are connected to family, peers, and community, and have access to the basic resources necessary to thrive. On National Injury Prevention Day, communities across the country will be empowered with knowledge about safety practices, products, and policies. The following organizations are committed to join forces to support and promote injury prevention, education, and awareness. Our goal is to have a community free from injury and violence that prioritizes that all people, no matter who they are or where they live, that they're all safe where they learn, work, travel, and play. All partners are working to that end, and we thank you all so much for your support. Today, we have with us the El Paso Police Department,
Excellent. Excellent.
El Paso Health, Community Schools, Border Regional Advisory Council, El Paso Independent School District Health, Wellness, and Physical Education Department, and El Paso Children's Hospital.
Excellent.
Again, we thank you for your time and support, and thank you to all of our partners that help us keep our community safe.
Is anybody else, our first responders, anyone, you're very welcome to say a few words? Anyone else?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Cynthia Aguinaga. I'm with the El Paso Police Department Safe Communities Coordinator. Behind me, we have our Metro team. Thank you very much for this resolution. And again, we'd like to thank UMC and all our partners for inviting us to be a part of this really great events that we have. Not only are we very happy to see the children, how they engage with us, but to see how they are learning through play. So we want to continue with our efforts, and we look forward to working with our partners. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, you know, I'd like the community to truly understand when you said unintentional. And right now, of course, we have a lot of challenges. We don't have the right personnel. And so when someone gets injured unintentionally, it's one more person that the hospitals have to address that might create another, other serious situations. Your first responders have to be involved. And so it creates a lot of activity. And if we could prevent these things, it obviously helps us as we're trying to build up personnel, as we just, heard Daniel talk about the lack of personnel in healthcare and first responders and even in teachers. As a matter of fact, the pandemic really shifted into a very different world, and so we're always lacking personnel. And when what we can do is not increase the capacity at our hospitals, especially because of unintentional. And so I really thank you for this. It's a kind of resolution that it's a lot more profound than most people will understand, the impact it has on every resource that we have in our community. I'd like to hear from Commissioner Leon, because he deals as a chief of police in his previous life. He dealt with a lot of these kinds of situations. So go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge. And I've got to tell you, I heard
what you said, up to the age of 44. I wish I would have known that when I had my motorcycle crash at age 57.
Oh,
But I've got to
you
tell
thought you were
Yeah, I wouldn't- it
disqualified
wouldn't have
from
happened.
injuries.
But I've got to tell you, you mentioned helmets and helmet safety. Had I not been wearing my full helmet, I wish I would have brought it. It has about a 4 or 5 inch crack in the back of it. Had I not been wearing it, yeah, I wouldn't be here today. So, and I see so many people out on the road not wearing them because I guess it's not a cool thing to do. But if they knew what I knew, and also the good care that I received at UMC, again, had it not been for UMC and the people, I mean, you can have the best equipment, the best facilities, but if you don't have good people helping the patients, the recovery period would be much longer, and you have the possibility of them not being able to recover at all. So congratulations. I'm here. I'm really glad that you're here, and hope to see you all out in some other programs.
Thank you. I think there's two things that we always talk about at Commissioners Court that I really appreciate. It's awareness and prevention. Those two, it's incredible. Sometimes people just by hearing might not realize, what can happen when somebody gets injured. And then, so the awareness is really important. And of course, prevention. We need prevention in mental health. We need prevention in health. As you know, how many people died because of underlying conditions. And so anything that brings awareness to our community does have a huge impact on the consequences of that awareness. So once again, we thank you, and we'd love to take a picture with all of you. So thank you.
Hold the smile. Smile.
Hey, how you doing?
Thank you all. Thank you for coming down.
But the best thing is,
That'll work.
yeah, that's pretty cool. But the Smarties are very compact. Okay, no, thank you.
Item number 4, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 115.021, audit and settle all accounts against the county shown on the attached listing and direct the payment of those accounts.
Judge, Commissioners, this is our normal bill pay. If we could ask for a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 5, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the subrecipient agreement between the County of El Paso and the Rescue Mission for a total not to exceed $1 million for the provision of sheltering support to individuals that have been encountered by the Department of Homeland Security for a period beginning on October 1st, 2022 and ending on December 31st, 2022, pending county attorney's approval. Contract number 2022-0953. Could we ask for a motion to delete this item, please?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Stout, do we still have you on?
It looks like, there he is.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I don't know if y'all can.
That was,
we can.
that was I?
Okay.
Okay.
I voted
Thank you,
aye.
sir.
Yes.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
We'll
Motion
be
carries.
bringing this item, thank you, Caesar, I'm sorry. We'll be bringing this item back. It's just the other party needed a little bit of additional time.
Thank you, Betsy.
Item number 6, approve and authorize the El Paso County Commissioners Court to verify and canvass the precinct-by-precinct results for the November 8th, 2022 general election into public record pursuant to Texas Election Code, Section 67.004. We do have one person who would like to speak and comment for this item as well.
Good morning, Commissioners. Judge Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. This item is in order to put the precinct-by-precinct results into public record. It's required by the Texas Election Code. The next step after this will, these records will go to the Secretary of State's office, and they will then canvass these records.
And I'll hear public comment before we,
Sir. Do we have Dolores Montañez Berrios in the audience or on Teams? Dolores Montañez Berrios?
They're not on Teams?
Not on Teams? Nobody in the audience?
no.
Okay, we do not have the person online, sir.
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Have a good day.
Item number 7, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the change order number 1 with Jordan Foster Construction, LLC, for the unforeseen mechanical room components per Exhibit 1 and the sewer issue per Exhibit 2 at the county downtown annex located in downtown El Paso, Texas, pending county attorney's approval.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Melina Bañuelos with Public Works. The item before you is a request to approve a change order related to the downtown annex for the items as identified as unforeseen conditions within the mechanical room and sewer line. Does the court have any questions at this time?
Any questions?
Move to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Item number 8, receive a presentation from the Domestic Relations Office Department regarding a department overview and updates.
Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, County Judge. Brian
Welcome.
Stanley with the Domestic Relations Office.
Oh, sorry, Brian.
I'm-
And you're welcome to sit there, too.
Okay, sorry. So this morning, I'll be providing a presentation, an overview of the Domestic Relations Office. So our mission is to educate, parents on our services, as well as enhance the children's lives in El Paso County. We have 6 divisions within the Domestic Relations Office, and my operations manager, Connie Moreno, helps me spearhead these 6 divisions. Our first division is our legal assistance, and this division is composed of our attorneys and paralegal. We don't provide representation for either party. However, we help parents with enforcement and modification of child support, medical support, and dental support, as well as access and possession enforcement and modification. This past year, our attorneys participated in a presentation given to the family bar on high conflict parenting. Our legal assistants also developed a video that shows on our website. This video provides more information. It's very complicated on access and possession, and so this video provides 9-minute information for them on questions that we usually have on access and possession and filling out the application for those services. We also this year have started hosting a live question and answer sessions on Teams for parents that have additional questions outside of what we have posted on our video. Our second division is the law library, and the law library is an area of legal research for the county, not only for attorneys, but also for the general public. We added a new people counter, and we're averaging around 800 visitors a month on walk-in traffic to the law library. As I said, the law library provides services not only for the public, but also for attorneys and those representing themselves. And here are some of the services that are covered in the law library. These are some additions to the law library. This past year in our Phoenix conference room, we added a large screen monitor and camera. This is an excellent location for small hybrid meetings, as well as those individuals that don't have the ability to report to hearings online. So this is an excellent alternative for those individuals. We have also our retreat rooms on the 13th floor for the public, as well as employees that may work in a cubicle or anyone in the building that wants a mindful moment. These are great individual resource rooms for those people to have. We also have a lot of utilization of our other conference rooms, not only those, but also our archive room that are utilized by other departments and other organizations within the county. So our third division is our community supervision, and this is for individuals that are placed on community supervision for failure to comply with their order for child support or access and possession. And we have 2 of our probation officers that go out into the field when they fail to report in, and so they're making visits to see what's going on with them. We collected over $1.4 million this past year on those individuals that are placed on community supervision. And we also have a contract with the Attorney General's office to work those cases that are with their office, and we received over $88,000 in revenue with that contract this past year. To collect that $1.4 million, we completed over 16,000 activities this past year, including case review. That includes things such as reviewing pay records, new court orders, correspondence, and phone calls. Our fourth division is child support, and we've had a program now for going on 10 years with the Attorney General's office for those individuals that have a order for child support here in El Paso County, and we put them in the 4D program. This is an excellent opportunity for us to work with those individuals. We provide review and adjustments upon request or every 2 years that goes out, and this has been highly utilized this past year with changes in jobs and needing a change in their child support obligation. We completed over 40,000 activities this past year on that, in that division. As I said, we've had this program going on 10 years now, and this past year we had over $17 million collected for El Paso County families, and this is a significant increase from our very first year of just $2 million. As I said, we have the contract with the Attorney General's office to work these cases, and this past year we had collected in revenue from working those cases over $316,000 in revenue for the county. Our fifth division is our family court services. This is composed of our social workers and family court staff. They do things such as home visits, adoption studies, and access and possession services. We have a grant with the Attorney General's office to work their 40 child support cases on the access and possession to help those parents with their visitation schedules. We completed over 17,000 activities this past year, including outreach and education. We attended conferences at schools and at Fort Bliss to provide them more education on the services we provide under our Family Court Services program. And we have a video that Miguel helped us with. I just click next, Miguel? Okay.
First, they started fighting a little bit, and then it got worse and worse.
We argument over the smallest thing, and then as the years progressed, it just the small things started to aggravate each other.
Like them fighting in the hallway. I was only like 2 or 3 years old when that happened, so it kind of scared me.
The way I feel, I wouldn't want anybody else to feel like that. Because it's too painful.
It hurts, but I can't explain the hurting in words, so it's just the tip of me and I can't get it out. It's just like in my heart, a knife is being stabbed and I just want it to stop.
My name is Lisa L. Alexander. I'm a single parent. I have a son, Dante Daniel. He's 10 years old. His father is James Daniel.
That's you and your dad coming from church. Look at your shades.
We've never been married, and we agreed to have me as the primary parent. And we both agreed to raise Dante the best that we can.
I'm Dante's dad. I guess like all parents, I just want the best for him. We have a good time together. That looks pretty good. Dante normally visits me every other weekend. It started off, it was real good. The relationship with his mom now is a little bit shaky. We started having some problems with visitation.
Dante would express his opinions to his father. And if they made sense to me, I would back Dante up. And really, that's when the problem started.
These noodles are delicious.
A C?
No, not a C. A++.
His father still does not see him for who he is. And that's where our conflicts come from. He didn't want to go over there, which is why I'm in the situation I'm in.
Sometimes when I go to pick him up, and I would be at the door, and I could tell he was right in the middle. And I was just hoping that she wouldn't put it on him, and she would say, do you want to go with him? It's not like, Dante, your dad is here. You're scheduled to be with him, or preferably, he should have been ready. His little bag should have been packed, but it's almost like nobody knew I was coming until I showed up at the door. And then leave the decision on him. Do you want to go with him? Well, that's kind of putting me down.
I can understand how his father felt shortchanged about not interacting in his life, but it was also frustrating for me to get his father to understand this is where the problem is.
Eventually, I talked to his mom and said, I wish we could work this thing out, and if not, I might have to go to court.
The Domestic Relations Office, Family Court Services Division, also known as FCS, it's the division that focuses on court order services for the family courts. And then we also provide other services that are initiated by parents. Something that we don't do is that we don't provide legal advice. Everything that we do, it's in a social service. The Domestic Relations Office, Family Court Services Division, also known as FCS, it's the division that focuses on court order services for the family courts. And then we also provide other services that are initiated by parents. Something that we don't do is that we don't provide legal advice. Everything that we do, it's in a social service.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, moving on. Sorry, I apologize. So our family court services, we also, this past year, started offering our classes on parents that are now able to participate in the online classes, which is excellent. Previously, they might have to find a babysitter or unable to take time off from work to attend those classes, and they're able to do that. We now also offer our court order orientation classes. They're self-paced and offered online as well. They're able to do that 24/7. And both our cooperative parenting and our court orientation classes are in English and Spanish. And our last division is customer service. This is our front line for answering questions and processing applications for our services. And they completed over 16,000 activities this past year. Here are two of our shining stars that were recognized this past year by Commissioners Court. Lynn Sanchez, who is the Law Library Manager, and she has been with the Law Library for over 40 years. And the other is Stephanie Silva, and she is with the Family Court Services, and she's been with El Paso County for 14 years. This past year, we also had a competition for employees' children, and so what we did was we gave them paper and crayons, and all their artwork that they submitted, we have it hanging up in our office to remind us that our focus is on working for children. Each submission, they received a gift certificate and a gift card for McDonald's. And this coming year, I'm currently the president also of the Texas Association of Domestic Relations Offices. And so there's 8 domestic relations offices statewide here in Texas with the large counties. And we're going to be hosting the TADRO conference here in El Paso, and I'll be looking for speakers to come and present. Just FYI, just FYI.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have. If y'all have any questions.
Well, Brian, just want to
Yes, sir.
just want to thank you and your team. And you know, I said earlier about awareness and prevention, and I think the most in the community don't understand how much your department does. I mean, and the resources that are available. And you know, we got to get that word out, because so many times I'll hear individuals talk about something as if this resources don't exist, and so we'll do a better job as well to promote what you do. But thank you and your entire team for everything that you do, especially for the children.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Leon, and then Commissioner Olguin.
Brian?
Yes, sir.
Great job. Can you go back to, I think it was slide 15?
Vision's not that good.
It's 21.
Okay.
20? One more. There you go.
Okay.
I was
Yes, sir.
looking at that from 2014 to today.
Yes, sir.
That is astounding.
Yes, sir.
That, you know, is that 2014, is that when the division started?
So we had the contract started in 2013, and so the very earliest I could get data from the contract that we had with the Attorney General's office for the collections was 2014. So I'm sure the 2013, when we began the contract, they didn't have all the data from the very first year of it, but that's from the very first year of having the contract for working child support.
I mean, our constituents need to see something like this. From 2014 till today, 2 million as compared to 17, over 17 million. That is it's unbelievable that kind of improvement has taken place. And I've got to say congratulations to you, number one, for all the work that you and your team have done, and number two, that you were elected president. Is this a statewide office?
Yes, sir.
congratulations.
Thank you,
That's,
sir.
you know, you make kind of, you sort of went over it just very lightly, but
That's
that is
Brian.
something for all of us, especially you, to be very proud of. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to congratulate everyone on your team, Brian, for the magnificent work that they do on behalf of the residents of the county. But I particularly wanted to give a shout out to the law library staff. They make the law library just such an inviting and welcoming place. They're just absolutely wonderful, and they're so creative with the decorating and the rooms where you can go for those mindful minutes, like you mentioned. The first time I went up to the library, I was just so impressed with them and everything that they've done. So I wanted to give them a little bit of a shout out. But thank you and all of your staff for everything.
Thank you, Commissioner Holguin.
Yeah, they do. Betsy, you want to add anything?
Thank you, Judge. I also want to just take a minute. I know this is an overview of the department, and we have an amazing, amazing group in the department. I also want to take it just a second to recognize Brian. In addition to the work that they're doing in the department, which I've said several times, I think this should be something that's required in every community and in every state. When you have child support or parenting issues, I think that impacts people. It makes you unable to do your job. It makes you unable to focus on so many things in your life. So the work they're doing here in our DRO, which has been record-breaking and award-winning multiple times, they've been recognized, but it's the life impacts that they're making through the work. It's incredibly important, the work that team does. Another thing is they do make it fun. So like the way you see the law library decorating for the public, I think one of my most fun events a couple years ago was the Super Bowl party we had in the law library with DRO team. That was super fun. And Brian always supports and goes above and beyond to recognize like his employees who are submitted. And another thing about Brian I want to commend him for, whatever projects we have for all county departments, whether it's your map is due, submit your EPIC employees, all these extra things that we ask for, Brian is always the first, and he is always on point in his work. And so, Brian, thank you. Thanks to the team. We're extremely proud of you and the work that your team does.
Thank you,
Brian, just so you know, in 2013, when that improvement started taking place is when I first took office. So I'm just saying.
Thank you, sir.
When did you start with the county, Brian?
In 2018.
18?
Yes, sir.
And I saw the little increase, so. No, well, thank you, and I'm glad we have the opportunity, like I said, awareness and prevention, but also recognizing teams that have been so incredible for our county. So, once again, thank you for your presentation. Excellent.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Stanley, I
Miguel.
have the original video file if you want to
Can we
play back.
can we pick up?
Yes.
Would that be okay if you'll
Yeah,
see the rest of it?
absolutely.
It's-
I wanted to see the story completed.
The Domestic Relations Office, Family Court Services Division, also known as FCS, it's the division that focuses on court order services for the family courts. And then we also provide other services that are initiated by parents. Something that we don't do is that we don't provide legal advice. Everything that we do, it's in a social service setting. Focusing more in the different services that we provide, or among all the services that we provide, there's two that are very significant, and we focus on increasing the parenting time of the parents. Or of course, also share parenting for both parents to be involved in their children's life. One of them is access facilitation. With this one, we have an FCS staff member assigned to the case, and they mediate issues between the parents so they can come up to an agreement in regards to the parenting time. This can be a temporary time. It can be something more long-term. If the court wishes, then we can also monitor the compliance of this agreement. Usually this type of services, it's very beneficial to the parents because they're more willing to follow the court order because they have some say-so. They were involved throughout the process. In this case, it's court mandated. Then the other case that we have, and that one's initiated by an application, it's enforcement of access and possession. In that case, we usually have a non-custodial parent apply for services. They have to have a final order, and they have to have a parenting time schedule on it. And if there's allegations that they're not being allowed to see their children, Then we get the case assigned to a social worker. The social worker is trained to work with parents. When there's conflict, make sure they decrease the conflict, make sure they discuss, resolve parenting time issues to increase that parenting time and for this parent to be able to see their children.
In addition to the services we offer, we contract with Project Amistad for supervised visits and exchanges between parents and children. This contract covers services for those experiencing family violence. It also allows the children to have a positive relationship with both parents in a safe environment.
I'm a huge cheerleader, if you will, of the Domestic Relations Office, especially the family court services. In my court, I deal with a lot of families with different levels of income, and some are married, some are not married, and some have domestic violence issues, things of that nature. So when parties come in my court and they're not able to reach an agreement with particular the access and possession, visitation, I refer all of my cases to the Domestic Relations Office. And what I like about the Domestic Relations Office, and I'll just say DRO from now on, is that you have a social worker and they genuinely care about the children, which is my job. My job is to make sure that what's in the best interest of the children and to have both parents involved in the child's life as much as possible. And so your office helps facilitate that away from lawyers, away from the court, and to give them that sense of being heard and telling their story and their concerns and or challenges, and then hoping to reach, I hope, an agreement to at least start visitation. And then I keep the case so that we can maybe babysit it a little bit and then see where we can go from there.
Great video, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Miguel recorded the video for
Yes.
us. We couldn't have done it without him.
Brian, it just, you know, I worked as a juvenile probation officer, was one of my first start of my careers in mental health, and we always attack the symptoms consistently. As you're dealing with the individual, it was like we couldn't get to the family because we didn't have these kinds of resources. So your ability to look at the root cause is very powerful. And so if somebody can, I remember where we were and where we are now is just night and day. So thank you for that, for reaching out to the family and the holistic approach. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 9, receive a presentation on the County of El Paso's facilities that have been fully and or partially updated in 2021-2022 to meet the Texas Accessibility Standards and the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Welcome, Sam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Judge Commissioner Sam Trujillo with the Human Resources Department. And today I'm here to talk a little bit about the ADA projects that we have done over this last year and get the court briefed. This is something that we present every year to the court to make you aware of what has occurred, and then when it comes time for the budget process, that why we're going to be asking for the funds associated with this. So right now the county operates under a 212-page American with Disabilities Transition Plan, and our staff had developed that originally, and then we update that plan every 2 years. This plan that we use serves as a guide for the removal of physical barriers and program barriers so that the county can ensure equal participation for everyone. The county over the years has taken a very proactive approach in addressing ADA issues for 64 county facilities, 14 parks, and then countless programs that we are currently operating under right now or that are developed, new programs that are developed each year. Today we'd like to provide the court with just a snapshot of the services and outcomes that have been provided through our county's ADA coordinator, Amanda Manning. Amanda has been with the county since 2011 when we started this program, and she previously served as the building official for the state of Kansas. Amanda is one of those employees who works behind the scenes that I always like to point out that I may be one that's up here talking about these programs, but Amanda is actually doing 95% of the work, and the services that she provides has a big impact for the services that we provide to the community. So with that, Judge, Commissioners, I'd like to introduce Amanda Manning, who will present our outcomes this year.
Thank you, Sam. Welcome, Amanda.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Amanda Manning, ADA Coordinator, the Human Resources Department. As part of the responsibility for the ADA Coordinator, I am required to inspect county facilities and programs for compliance with two laws: a federal law, which is the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the ADA, and a state law, which is the Texas Accessibility Standards, or the TAS. These two laws outline the building regulations and guidelines which govern ADA accessibility for the county. As part of our annual goals, specific county buildings, parks, and programs are inspected or reviewed based on priority levels developed through meetings with public and approved by the Commissioners Court. Grievances or new construction may also impact priority inspections in any given year. The inspection reports we generate provide the departments with detailed descriptions and pictures of deficiencies found in each facility. As you can see, there are 4 columns on the report with the heading of survey question, task reference, picture, and violation/comments. The survey question asks if an item is in compliance. The task reference section states the requirements for the item. The picture column shows the noncompliance issue, and the violation/comments section explains why the item is in violation. This slide depicts an example of a report Public Works, Facilities, and each department receives. The following slides highlight the ADA improvements that have been completed or are in progress over this past year based on previous inspections. First, I'll go over the swimming pools at Escurity Park, Fabens, and Gallegos Park. A pool chair lift has been added to each swimming pool. This chair allows users with disabilities to enter and exit the pool unassisted. Each chair has a control that allows the user to operate the chair on their own when needed. The next slide shows the assisted listening devices available to the courts in the courthouse. This device allows users who may have hearing loss to hear the proceedings of the court. The device works with either a set of headphones for non-hearing aid use or a neck loop for hearing aid use. This device amplifies the sound from the microphones being worn by other participants of the court hearing. Next is the Escurity Tax Office Annex. The parking lot was upgraded with fresh paint, and the repairs were made on the elevator to make sure that the upstairs is accessible. Next slide is the parking area at the location of the soon-to-be-finished All Abilities Playground at Gallegos Park. Prior to the work shown in this slide, there were no marked parking spaces. We now have 12 parking spaces, with 5 of the spaces being accessible and 3 of those spaces being van accessible. This is above and beyond the requirements of the ADA and TAS. The next slide is the courthouse and the upgrades to restrooms and the skywalk doors. The skywalk doors were replaced and upgraded to include push-button door openers. The men's and women's restrooms on the 1st and 3rd floor are in process of being upgraded to bring them in compliance with the ADA and TAS. And the men's restroom on the 5th floor has been upgraded and brought into compliance. The next slide is the Youth Family Service Center. A push-button door opener was added to the door into the atrium, and also, due to the clearance requirements of the ADA and TAS, the benches that were located right next to the door were moved away from the door to comply with the required standards. The Commissioners Court allocates $250,000 annually for ADA projects. Here is the cost breakdown for the ADA projects for fiscal year 21-22. Some of these projects are being funded from a 2012 ADA bond. Also, as noted, some of the projects listed are still in progress but have been funded already. We wanted to make note of these projects and we'll update you on the progress at our next presentation. These projects that I have highlighted could not have been accomplished without the budget approved by the Commissioners Court or without the assistance of our Facilities Department. We have asked facilities personnel to be here. Renee and JJ are here to answer any questions you may have at the end of this presentation. This next slide shows what we have accomplished over the past several years. 28 buildings have been inspected for compliance, including the courthouse. 9 buildings have been corrected, partially corrected, or are in the process of being corrected. 14 parks have been inspected for compliance. 7 of those parks have been corrected, partially corrected, or are in the process of being corrected. And then 3 All Abilities playgrounds are being added or are in the process of being added to 3 of our existing parks. These parks are Gallegos, Ascarity, and Reisinger. Each year, staff sets goals for working towards ADA compliance countywide. The goals we have set for this fiscal year of 2023 are as follows. This fiscal year, we plan on inspecting 5 buildings along with inspections on all new construction, remodels, and renovations to our county facilities. We will continue to timely address all grievances that are received from the public. An update of the transition plan will be completed for this fiscal year. And then we also have the MAP goals. The MAP goal from 21-22 to collaborate with the city on an ADA advisory committee. That is an ongoing MAP goal. And then the new MAP goal for 22-23 is to enhance access to county facilities and information gaps. Again, we would like to thank the commissioners and the judge and county court administration for their support. This concludes our presentation. Does the court have any questions?
No, just, I want to thank you because, we talk about accessibility out in the community, and this is about accessibility, right? That no one has to be different or has to go through a difficult time to do what anybody else can do. I hope Mr. George Zavala is a good friend of mine. He's one of the biggest advocates for this, and I hope that he's hearing, because we're trying to respond a lot to things that he has had to say, and I appreciate that he does not take his foot off the pedal when it comes to ADA, so a good friend as well. So I don't know if there's any other questions, but just want to thank you. This is, I think we have more to do, but we're in the right path. Betsy, anything on ADA? You're pretty well versed on all the things that we need to address.
Judge, I think this is something that the court has continued to commit funding for. You, as part of your ongoing capital, you have funds set aside to continue to do this work. Amanda, I love our checks and balance system that we have here. Amanda is the side that identifies the highest priorities and the needs, and you all adopt that plan. And then our facilities department makes it happen as far as the actual repairs. So together, I think we have a really well thought out and well working system, and just an ongoing commitment from the court that everybody should have access.
Thank you, Betsy. Amanda, thank you very much. Sam and your team, thank you as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 10, receive a presentation and updates on the County of El Paso's 2022 through 2026 strategic plan.
Dr. Madrigal.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. For the record, Alicia Madrigal with County Administration, and today I'm presenting on the fiscal year 2022 fourth quarter update. The purpose of the strategic plan is to move forward the goals of the court and to achieve the court's vision and mission for the people of El Paso County. We are driven by our core values of excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity, which guide our work and allow us to achieve our goals, objectives, and milestones of the strategic plan. The strategic plan is executed with a focused, targeted, and delineated approach, and the approach includes 9 goals or areas of outcome, which are leading justice reform, transform economic development, increase tourism, upgrade infrastructure, promote collaboration and engagement, advance community support, value El Paso County family, strengthen financial health, and optimize internal processes. To support the 9 strategic goals, the court identified 45 objectives, and to carry forth these objectives, 117 milestone activities were identified and implemented by county leadership. So where are we with the plan? As of the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2022, the progress of the plan is at 58%. It's also notable to note that more than half of the plan was achieved in fiscal year 2022. The progress from the third quarter was at 33%, and like I mentioned, we're now at 58%. In terms of status of the plan, 66% of milestone activities are on track and 30 have been completed, and there was minor disruption in about 4% of milestone activities. For this overview, I created a scorecard for each strategic goal. The purpose of a scorecard is to bring an organization's strategy to life, to communicate the strategy, and to track strategic performance. I began with Goal 1, to lead justice reform. The court identified 5 objectives to accomplish the aim of justice reform and the justice system that operates fairly and equitably, and ensuring that dignity and humanity of those interacting with the system. 10 milestone activities were identified to fulfill the aim of leading justice reform. The progress of this goal is at 62%, and the status of milestone activities is as follows. 34% of tasks associated with milestone activities have been completed, 44% are on track, and a minor disruption was associated with about 22% of the 10 milestone tasks. To move forward, Goal 1, the following accomplishments have been fulfilled. Objective 1, focused on mental health and crisis intervention. The achievements under this objective include implementing a crisis intervention team by the Sheriff's Department with court funding. Additionally, the new reentry facility, including detox, will have a mental health focus, which may enhance the CIT arrest and intervention options for both El Paso Police Department and the Sheriff's Department. Moreover, this work continues in fiscal year 2023. The aim of Objective 2 is public safety focus. Under this objective includes the evaluation of needs for a detox diversion center and considering integration into planning for jail processing center, analysis and recommendations for the sheriff's substation locations, and the analysis of public safety staffing and budgets. Work accomplished in fiscal year 2022 includes completing the research and groundwork to determine the needs for a detox diversion center, preliminary work to determine the sheriff's substation locations, and the preliminary analysis of public safety staffing and budgets. This work will also continue in the strategic plan in fiscal year 2023. The focus of Objective 3 is to incarcerate those at high risk to public safety. UTEP continues to work on a pretrial assessment revalidation study. They have the data and are in the final process of reviewing it. This work will also continue in fiscal year 2023. The milestone of Objective 4 was the Padilla Immigration Counsel and Advice Attorney Program. The program was implemented with funding from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, and the program is now fully operational. Objective 5 focused on leading, planning, and addressing justice infrastructure. Jail maintenance milestones are ongoing. Accomplishments include establishing an open PO system to enable better financial accountability. This work is now also operational. Work on the Alameda property also moved forward. The community was engaged, consensus were reached, and a plan was identified to redevelop the property. Transforming economic development is Goal 2. The court identified 5 objectives to create growth, increase commercial development, and raise incomes and improve the overall well-being of our citizens. 10 milestone activities were identified to fulfill the aim of transforming economic development. The progress of this goal is at 47%, and the status of milestone activities are as follows. 34% of work has been completed, 44% is on track, and disruptions were associated with about 22% of milestones. Highlights completed under this goal include the development of broadband. The work accomplished under this objective includes the region's first ever baseline understanding of the digital divide and options for improving broadband for residents and businesses. This work will also continue in fiscal year 2023. Objective 2 is the development and implementation of a focused economic development strategy. Milestones under this objective include increasing the commercial tax base, hangar design and construction of the Fabens Airport, growing economic development activity at Fabens Airport, and exploring a range of financing methods. Work accomplished under this objective include receiving a $5 million EDA grant to fuel work to expand infrastructure at Fabens Airport. The work is proceeding rapidly and helping to prime our region for major investments and growth in aerospace and defense industry. Completion of construction is approximately at $1 million per capita improvements to the Fabens Airport through the Texas Department of Transportation Airport Capital Improvement Program, including resurfacing and restripping of the runway and taxiway, construction of perimeter fence to the facility, and installation of the first tile secure gate entrance at the facility. Objective 3 focused on economic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. The work accomplished to move forward. This work includes a $34.7 million investment in University Medical Center from ARPA funding. This milestone has been completed. Other work under this objective includes exploring program to support child care operations with Workforce Solutions Borderplex. This milestone will continue in fiscal year 2023. Objective 4 aims to support smaller businesses. The Economic Development Director reported some disruption, and they continue to connect with agencies to identify startup assistance. Objective 5 focused on attracting higher wage industries. Staff is finalizing a proposal to refine economic development policy that could include considerations of support for projects that include sustainability component. Our refinements could focus on target industries such as aerospace and defense related operations. This work will also continue in fiscal year 2023. To move forward, Goal 3, increase tourism, the court identified 5 objectives to grow our vitality through investing in and promotion of the county's treasured assets. 16 milestone activities were identified to fulfill the aim of increasing tourism, and the progress of this goal is at 35%. The status of milestone activities is as follows. 13% milestones have been completed, and 87% are on track. Objective 1 aimed to reimagine and restructure our approach to tourism management. Staff has developing potential programs that would encourage businesses to include customer service training for staff as part of technical assistance. The customer service program began with a focus on historical assets in the region and other attractions that could enhance tourism. Investing in heritage and sports tourism is Objective 2. The work completed under this objective includes updating the scope of work for the county-wide historic asset management plan and adding stakeholder engagement and input. Staff engaged with U.S. Department of Commerce officials and EDA administrators this past fall about pathways to seek UNESCO designation for El Paso County historical corridor and regional asset to enhance regional assets. The Parks and Recreation Department coordinated a total of 56 county partnership events, which include the 4th of July fireworks, lights at the lake, overnight campout, and other kids' park activities. When combined with special events held outside organizations, there were 94 events held at the El Paso County Parks in 2022, attracting more than 50,000 visitors. The Director of Parks and Recreation also secured the 2023 Texas Police Athletic Federation Games. Other updates include the county safely restarted tourism activities that were put on hold during the pandemic and reactivating Los Portales Museum. It also provided support for the Bi-National Heritage Tourism Conference in August of 2021, the San Elizario Genealogy and Historical Society Annual Conference, and also provided support for and participated at the Bi-National Tourism Conference in December 2022. Staff engaged in with board members from the Preservation Texas in September 2022 about collaborative efforts to provide assistance for renovations of historical buildings with this project that includes federal and state credits. The staff continues to explore collaboration for potential programs that could be developed in 2023. I show in this slide some other pictures illustrating the work accomplished by at the county sports park and attendance highlights and revenue for events held at the county parks. Oh, there's the slide. Sorry, I was behind. The aim of Goal 4 is to upgrade infrastructure and to provide sustainable neighborhoods where families can thrive and where everyone can connect. The court identified 5 objectives and 21 milestone activities to fulfill this goal. The progress of the goal is at 53%, and the status of milestone activities is as follows. 14% of milestone activities were completed, and 86% are on track. In this slide, I feature pictures of the work that has been completed and highlight the proud public works staff carrying out that work. Objective 4.1 relates to building infrastructure, including parks, to meet the needs of the community. Milestones 1 and 2 relate to pushing service to non-incorporated areas. In fiscal year 2022, 569 homes impacting about 1,300 individuals were connected to water. 1,793 homes impacting about 5,421 were connected to wastewater. Additionally, work continues with the New Way addition, Mayfair Subdivision, Unit 1 through 5, Mundy Survey, number 237, Willoughby Road, Serene Acres Subdivision, Panorama Village, wastewater, Wild Horse Wastewater, Hacienda Real Wastewater, Angels Park Wastewater, Tierra de Oro, sites visits to Desert Acceptance Neighborhoods Plan, and new trail and square dance with PW engineers. Needless to say, the Public Works Department has been very, very busy. Other important work accomplished under this objective includes El Paso County was awarded $1.3 million in grant funding from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for the skate park, playground, and basketball renovations, and the addition of adventure courses in collaboration with the national nonprofit organization, Kaboom. The newly awarded funding will go towards 5 of our county-owned parks, Agua Dulce, Estrella, Gallegos Sparks, and Westway Parks. The new OMB building, architects in this are in the design phase. The project is designed. A design was funded from ARPA portfolio, and the construction is proposed under a county CO. The aim of Objective 4.2 is to invest in existing facilities. Accomplishments under this objective include completing the courthouse entrance and security improvements and the Wellness Center. Funds to modernize freight elevators were identified through tax note funds, and renovations to the medical examiner's second floor were completed, as well as the construction of the water drainage from the rear parking lot at the Vinton substation. Objective 4.3, the work to invest foundational technology continues. Although the information technology has unsuccessfully obtained budgetary authorization for the required positions, they continue to research the ability to utilize alternate funding to contract a vendor to perform work to create an IoT framework. ITD was successful in obtaining a hiring authority for a data governance analyst, and this position will be recruited in January of 2023. Objective 4 focused on expanding the transit system. The work under this objective was successful, and the LGC was formed and has held quarterly meetings. Further, El Paso County Transit launched its first route of expanded service, Route 31, to a new service area in September of 2022. The focus of Objective 5 is to create more annexes and sheriff substations in the Far East and other outlying areas. Options were adopted by Commissioners Court on June 27, 2022, and the report will now be incorporated into the latest set of revisions to the strategic plan to identify future capital outlays. This work will continue in fiscal year 2023. Goal 5, promote collaboration and engagement. The court identified 5 objectives to achieve improved results and deliver best-in-class service and build strong relationships. 17 milestone activities were identified to fulfill the aim of promoting collaboration and engagement. The progress of this goal is at 79%, and the status of milestone activities is as follows. 67% of milestone activities have been completed, 27 are on track, and disruption was experienced in about 6% of milestones. Objective 1 focused on responding to the Veterans Needs Assessment. The Community Service Department collaborated with the Office of Veteran Services to expand service into the Veterans Resource and Wellness Center and to identify needs for justice-involved veterans. The Community Service Department also partnered with the United Way of El Paso County and Ayuda Incorporation to develop a funding agreement to administer U.S. Treasury ARA Phase 2 funds in the amount of $2 million to provide rental utility and temporarily non-congregate shelters to out-of-county residents, homeless, justice-involved individuals, and veterans. Objective 2 aimed to determine the best approach to county redistricting, and this objective was completed earlier in the fiscal year. Objective 3, collaborate externally to achieve better outcomes. The work under this objective includes the coordination of several vaccine drives at the county-run centers and Tornillo Independent School District. In regards to the municipal ID program, also under this objective, county administration continues to work with the city on municipal ID. Meetings continue to take place, with the next meeting with the city set for December of this year. County administration also worked with the Council of Governments to identify opportunities for increased collaboration, and on June 27th of 2022, the County Commissioners Court approved entering into collaborative agreement with the Rio Grande Council of Governments for the creation of grant writer position. The position will focus on identifying federal funding opportunities for rural communities throughout El Paso County. County administration and county services worked with the federal government and private contractors to monitor and provide feedback and accountability for migrant housing. This feedback includes check-ins with the site and reporting back to the court quarterly. The Office of the Medical Examiner has successfully restarted student rotation programs and receiving students from 2 schools, which are the Burrell School of Medicine and Texas Tech. Objective 5.4 relates to the regional and binational collaboration by creating a vehicle to work on trade. The binational coordinator position was recently posted externally in support to further support binational collaboration efforts. And lastly, the aim of Objective 5 is to collaborate internally to increase cohesion and to be able to obtain results. County administration successfully planned and accomplished the Commissioners Court Strategic Planning Retreat and the Department Heads Retreat. Further, the Domestic Relations Office is working to provide service kiosks across El Paso to support victims and families, and will continue this effort with ARPA funding. To move forward, Goal 6, Advanced Community Support Services, the court identified 5 objectives to meet the needs of most vulnerable, reduce poverty, and increase social mobility. 9 milestone activities were identified to advance community support services. The progress of this goal is at 80%, and the status of milestones is as follows. 33% milestones have been completed, and 67 are on track. Work under Objective 1 is to focus on increasing security and sheriff patrols in outlying areas. The work completed includes analyzing and presenting staffing recommendations, and work on this project will continue in fiscal year 2023. Objective 2 focused on developing a strategic plan for affordable housing and services for the homeless. As part of the planning phase of the 2021 Bureau of Justice Assistance Grant Initiative, a strategic plan for affordable housing was established and includes a mission, vision, goals, and objectives for transitional support services. Objective 3 aims to develop and implement programs to eradicate poverty and increase social mobility. Highlights of the work accomplished under this objective include receiving an award from AmeriCorps volunteers. Currently, job descriptions are being developed for VISTA AmeriCorps volunteers. And the volunteers will conduct outreach throughout the following 3 county centers, Agua Dulce, Pavens, and Canutillo, and to expand services which may include but are not limited to recreational opportunities. The Public Defender Expansion Assistance Programs was launched earlier this fall, and the program is now operational. The aim of Objective 4 is to create a digital library system to promote literacy. El Paso County hired the first digital service librarian, Priscilla Moreno, and she's been very, very busy. The work accomplished includes purchasing a language learning service, online tutoring service, video streaming, and ebooks and audiobooks, including magazines and comic books. The new digital library for El Paso County is set to launch before the end of the fiscal year. The official grand opening will be in January with a contest to name the library. Lastly, Objective 6.5 supports a workforce readiness plan. The resource fair for justice-involved individuals pre- and post-release was planned and held in the spring. To fulfill Goal 7, the court identified 4 objectives focused on valuing El Paso County employees, that is, the El Paso County family. 8 milestone activities were identified to advance these efforts. The progress of this goal is at 71%, and the status of milestone activities is as follows. 38% of activities have been completed, and 62 are on track. Specifically, the work accomplished is as follows. Objective 1 aims to analyze best practice to create employee-supportive wage and benefits policies and progressive employment practices. Work completed under this objective includes researching funding options regarding benefit plans, tier levels that best serve the county employees and the county organization. Modify benefit plans and update the Commissioners Court with options to estimated budget impacts, and implementing an open enrollment and begin educating county employees regarding benefits, plan design options, and to launch a campaign to best help employees understand the risk pool fund and their health plan in general. Objective 2 focused on attracting and retaining an A+ county workforce. Work to advance this objective includes supporting the Train the Trainers program, and internal marketing of the program will resume once the calendar is established for January 2023. Objective 7.3 aims to increase the growth and career progression plans of county employees. Work has centered on identifying the correct model for career progression plans to integrate into a performance management system. Public Defender created a robust continuing education program to train the best litigators and a public interest education program, inviting community members to learn more about the justice systems at no cost. Directly from this system, experts from all over the county. This program is now operational. Objective 4 focused on moving wage scales towards a higher minimum wage. Advances were made towards a county goal of increasing employee minimum wage by identifying and examining lower wage positions and operated in fiscal year 2022 with a minimum wage of $13 per hour. Goal 8, strengthen financial health. The court identified 6 objectives focused on maintaining assets, identifying new sources of funding, encouraging creativity, involving community, and recognizing excellence. 14 milestone activities were identified to advance these efforts. The progress of this goal is at 47%, and the status of milestone activities are as follows. 29% of milestone activities are completed, and 71% are on track. Objective 1, align revenue and expense growth and identify alternative revenue resource. In fiscal year 2022, staff started the process of evaluating and providing a deeper review to the court of grant funding. Other work under this objective includes a fee schedule for the increase and update to fees for services approved by the court in September. The Office of Medical Examiner will begin drafting agreements with neighboring counties to begin with Hudspeth County. An 8,800 square foot building from the Veterans Affairs Medical Facility was donated in 2022. Public Works accepted the donation and will be renovating the new pet wellness clinic for the County Animal Welfare Department. Starting in 2023, eligible veterinarian graduates from the Medical University in Juarez, UACJ, will work with veterinarian resident technicians in the county's pet wellness clinic. The Animal Welfare Department plans to offer educational pathway opportunities for eligible veterinarian residents. Objective 2, have participatory budgeting. The Budget and Policy Department collaborated with the strategic planner to launch and engage a survey with a budget component. The survey is scheduled to open later this week. Objective 3 aims to reduce energy costs and establish an energy management strategy. Highlights of this objective include the recognition from El Paso Electric Company, congratulating El Paso County Facilities Maintenance Department for the recent energy efficiency accomplishments through the El Paso Electric sponsored SCORE program. The SCORE program is an energy efficient program to help participants reduce energy operating needs. Objective 4, update financial policies and include an economic downturn plan. Staff created a section within the fiscal financial policy document. The draft of policy will be ready on January 31 for the court to review. Objective 5, create asset investment policy procedures. Work accomplished includes identifying comparable and target counties and gathering sample asset life cycle policy and plans. Objective 6, Budget and Fiscal Policy Department created a bond requirement training program and developed a successful 2023 call for bond projects. Another important accomplishment including adopting the fiscal year 2022 budget, which contains significant new impacts, increases in salaries, benefits, capital allocations without a property tax increase. Lastly, Goal 9, optimize internal processes. The court identified 5 objectives focused on using data to make informed decisions and to be effective and accountable stewards to our citizens. 12 milestone activities were identified to advance this effort, to use data and make informed decisions and being effective and accountable. The progress of this goal is at 69%, and the status of milestone activities is as follows. 46% of activities have been completed, 45% are on track, and there has been disruption to about 9% of tasks related to this goal. Objective 1, utilize technology to improve efficiencies and effectiveness. The Voice over IP project is ahead of schedule and under target milestones. Voice over IP procurement phase was completed. Hardware purchases approved by Commissioners Court in August 15th of 2022. The statement of work subsequently approved by the court in the 26th, and successfully transitioned departments to adopt meaningful key performance indicators for county administration direct reports. Objective 2, participate in hire a procurement agent. Work was initiated, executive recruitment plans were launched, and hired a new procurement agent, chief HR officer, county communications manager, and government affairs manager. Objective 3, provide online services for customers by enhancing technology services. FDR continues to work with the auditor, ITD, and vendors to increase and improve payment convenience for county residents. Full integration of electronic work order process, repair request submittal, work assignments, work completion were also implemented and are in full operation. Objective 4, evaluate and assess current business processes. Commissioners Court approved a new software in October to move forward with searchable video minutes. And in a previous meeting, I introduced you to Alice, the kiosk that was installed at the 3rd floor of the county courthouse to assist visitors in providing customer service and to be more effective and efficient in how we engage with our customers. Objective 5, collaborate with Council of Judges to evaluate how support juror reform and improve processes and efficiencies. This objective has been accomplished and work continues to be operational. In fiscal year 2022, the county was recognized and received the following awards. The 2022 Society of Outdoor Recreation Professionals Project Excellence Award, and this advances objective goal 3. Leading the Way Wellness Award. The El Paso County was selected out of 100 applicants in Southern Region. This supports goal 7. Quality Texas Malcolm Baldrige Framework Commitment Level Award. A program is a method for evaluating and seeking feedback on an organized approach for managing how we operate, including our efforts towards continuous improvement. This award supports the work that has been accomplished under Goal 9. The Triple Crown winners by the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, and the Budget and Policy Department in the county received the GFOA Certificate Achievement for Excellence in Financing. This supports Goal 8. And the NACO recognitions for 2022 Achievement in Works, which recognize the DA portal, the e-bonds electronic bonding, the El Paso County website redesign, and the Reduce the Risk campaign for 2020-2022. To jumpstart and continuously improve our strategic planning process, we are launching our strategic plan engagement survey. This is the second year we have engaged the public in strategic planning. The survey will be available to the public to complete online later this week, and it's available in both English and Spanish, and will remain open until December 30th, 2022. And with this last update, the court has been informed of the progress and status of the strategic plan for the 4th quarter of fiscal year 2022. These updates together show that the progress has been successful in moving forward the goals of the strategic plan and in advancing our vision, mission, and core values of excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity. I'm open to addressing any questions the court may have.
Well, Dr. Madrigal, thank you. I'm really glad because, a lot of strategic plans are sort of put in the drawer and then you look at them the year afterwards. And so one of the commitments that we made was that we would periodically hear that. And I hope that the public really appreciates the kind of work, because all of this is to protect the money that is given to us. This actually leads to our accountability, and we can do and keep do the right thing with the public funds that we receive if we don't do this. And, I've been privy to being, as a consultant or working with large organizations like Johnson & Johnson, Baxter, Toyota, a lot of these companies, we are just at that level. And I think there's a stereotype from sometimes the community that the government runs very different. And when I came here 4 years ago, as I've always said, I was amazed and surprised at the monitoring, the governance, and the strategic planning, and everything that is done to make sure that we're aware. But I thank you, because when you came on board, you really made that happen. And one of the things that I appreciate is that when we have topics in the at Commissioner's Court, that you tie it into a strategic plan. And I really encourage you to continue to do that, as we're dealing with something that we know that is part of that. Veterans Capital of the USA was a huge step for us, and that ties into collaboration. It ties into, what we want to do for veterans, but really appreciate that. And I know a lot of work has to take place, and we have to cooperate with that. And I appreciate the commissioners and all the when we go to strategic planning, it's sort of like an exciting time for us to really look at the vision, and not something that we hang on the wall, but something that we live every day. And one of the really important ones that I appreciate is that the taking care of our county family. because that's what really gives us a foundation and the desire to go over and above. As we've always said, if you pay someone $10 and they give you $10 back, nothing happens, right? And when you pay, your employees, you try to treat them well and you give them benefits and do the right things, the return and energy that they give back to us is really, really beyond what we're able to pay. And so that's what makes a big difference, I think, as a county. And, the awards, I guess, recognizes that. I'm very privileged, the commissioners that work with us and trying to support the strategic plan. It's a kind, like I said, it's a kind of thing, if you're not interested in the strategic plan, it's really easy to avoid. You just sort of keep going and doing whatever you did before. So, Dr. Madrigal, it's really been exceptional. We've gotten some great comments as to how you handle it and how you interact with us so that we get the most out of the strategic plan. So, Betsy, as well, your support for being able to do this. And like I said, more than anything, I just love the community to understand the energy that goes into us trying to do the best that we can with the money that we receive. So I don't know if there's any comments from anyone else, but Dr. Madrigal, thank you for this presentation. And every quarter, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you.
And in
I'm
between.
honored to document and report back to you, but the work is done by the phenomenal county staff. I also want to share that all the work that we do is available to the public through our public portal of the strategic plan. They could dive in and really get a deeper dive into all the work that the county is doing and continues to do.
And encourage, of course, Betsy knows this on the Malcolm Baldrige Community of Excellence. I think that one really highlights the collaboration component that, the city can win it with us and we can't win it without them, and we can't do that without the independent school districts. And to have a community of excellence really requires a collaboration with everybody coming together. So once again, thank you for all your work, and I know we have some work ahead. We saw the percentages that we still need to achieve, but thank you for that. Betsy, any comments? I know you work very close with Dr. Madrigal.
I just thank Dr. Madrigal for the presentation, the work she puts into this, trying to make data something that's a little bit more palatable to understand. And as she already mentioned, the work the departments do to deliver on these actions and the vision for the court.
Thank you, Betsy.
And
Thank you, Dr. Madrigal.
the last friendly reminder to please complete the survey. It should be up this week. It focuses on budget, strategic planning, and other areas that we need to focus on.
We'll make sure the court has a link. If you all will share it on your social media and out to any email groups you all have.
Absolutely.
It will really help us gather more feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation, and resolving other matters relating to the subject. Contract number 2022-0988. We do have 6 speakers, Judge, that would like to speak in public comment.
Jose, I'd like to, I've invited, I don't know, were you able to get Edward Dion to? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, what I wanted to start, because I think the sensitivity about the increase of taxes and us approaching it, that, our belief that it won't hit our tax or have an increase in tax, but I want to make sure that the public understands that. And I think, someone who's very objective, obviously, is our auditing team, because their focus is to be, sort of have the autonomy away from us and be able to discuss things from a different perspective. And so I thought the best person that we could have is Mr. Dion, who's our county auditor, and have an explanation of the impact that a decision that we make would have on our tax. So, Mr. Dion, could you go ahead and do that, please?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. If I understand your request, we we've had some discussion over the last few weeks regarding the issuance of debt. The county has had probably the lowest total debt amount compared to a lot of other local entities, and actively manages their debt to minimize the cost to the taxpayer. Currently, our debt service is around 5 cents on the tax rate. We are going to be seeing a drawdown of the amount of debt that we have to pay in future years because of the fact is that we're paying off some of the debt, but the policy and procedure, I've been with the county going on 39 years now, and the county of El Paso has been very diligent in their efforts to maintain their debt service rate and to fund their debt without changing the debt portion of the tax rate. That meaning that when the debt gets paid off, the county actively works with their financial advisor to meet some of their debt obligations by funding them and staying within the same 5-cent tax rate. So as the debt is going to anticipate dropping in FY24 by a few $1 million, I think possibly $7.8 million, the county has the ability to go ahead and start funding the additional items that are on its list of needs for infrastructure and a lot of other things without increasing the overall tax rate. Now, that is a very, it's a commendable effort by the Commissioner's Court. I think it's very responsible to try to stay within the tax rate for debt and to maintain that. And typically, if an individual's property value does not change from one fiscal year or one tax year to the next, they will not see a change in their tax bill. But in the event that property value goes up, then the only change they will see based on the same debt tax rate being used will be the increased value on their property. That would be an additional amount of tax that they would possibly be responsible for. But the Commissioner's Court is being very responsible by working within that 5-cent tax rate to try to meet its obligations into the future and manage its debt structure very responsibly. So I'm not sure if there's anything specific that you would like for me to explain. There is no way I can tell you the components of the tax rate are the maintenance and operations side and the INS side, which is the interest and sinking portion, which is what we're talking about, the 5 cents. As your debt rate goes down, you cannot shift the reduction in that rate to your maintenance and operation rate. They are totally separate components of the tax rate. You're not allowed to shift one to the other. I mean, you are able to fund things out of your M&O rate for debt purposes, but that's not advisable. The tax code allows, when you have legal obligations of the county, the INS rate is where you should be paying for your debt, and that's a guaranteed obligation of the county, which is paid 100% upfront when the taxes come in. We pay in February and August of every year, and we make sure as the tax monies come in, debt service is funded first. Once the debt is funded, then everything goes to the general fund. But with that, Judge, I'll take any questions that you may have so I can specifically address any other additional needs that you might have.
I think what will help with the public is that if, as they're doing presentations or having feedback for us, if you see any discrepancy that goes against what the truth of the matter is, if there's anything that you feel that you can comment, would be very helpful. And we could wait until the end of of each one of the speakers, but if you see anything that you feel is not understood properly by the community, that would help tremendously.
Absolutely. I've heard the presentations thus far. I think the presentations that have been given by county staff and by your financial advisor have been right on point. We have clarified that the overall tax rate for the interest and sinking for the debt is anticipated not to change. That's the effort of the Commissioners Court, and you're committed not to raise the tax rate.
That's correct.
But we're just qualifying that if a person's property value changes, that's the reason they would get an increase in their taxes. But the intent of the Commissioners Court is to try to minimize the cost to the taxpayer by working within the 5 cents that's been allocated and that's been maintained for many, many years. And it's a responsible way of financing your debt. Just like the example that was given is if you're paying off a car and that car is getting old and you're having to maintain it a lot, it's time to go ahead and buy another one. But if you can do it and still just be making the same payment, you won't really feel it in your financial budget. And it's really a responsible thing to do to make sure. And then with the county, with all its needs, I think you all are doing it responsibly to try to maintain the 5% and use your capacity with your INS tax rate to make sure you're addressing the infrastructure needs and other needs of the community and the county to make sure that you're operating efficiently and providing those public services.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments for Dion? Okay, thank you. We'll stay tuned and go ahead. Jose, if you want to start the presentation.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the County Administration. I'll actually turn it over directly to Mr. Angst with Stiefel, our financial advisor, who will go over some of the financial information and details that we've been discussing regarding a potential issuance of certificates of obligation in 2023.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Brett
Angst with Stiefel, represent the county as your financial advisor. Wanted to follow up and explain today what is in front of you with the notice of intent. This represents the amounts for the projects that we have been working with you on over the last several weeks. And that amount, again, is $100 million of projects that we are focused on. Within the notice of intent that's required, it is required to list out the potential impact to your debt portfolio. This would be the addition of debt to your portfolio. As Mr. Dion just pointed out, this is able to be accomplished without an increase to the tax rate. Again, at the 5 cent tax rate, maintaining that level and not exceeding it. So the resolution, again, maintains that. You will see there's a not to exceed amount on the par value of any potential certificates. That amount has a buffer in there because investors sometimes like to receive a higher interest rate or a lower interest rate. We call it selling at a discount or a premium to the actual amount borrowed. So that provides us more flexibility. It gives us the largest universe of investors access to purchase your certificates in the future, which will drive down, of course, your cost of capital and borrowing. With that, I'm happy to answer any other additional questions in regards to the notice of intent here today.
Thank you, Brad. Jose?
Thank you. And Brad, would you be able to, IT just pulled up the information slides. Here, looking at the tax rates, I think it's very helpful for the public and for the court to hear specifically about the county's intent here is with debt service payments decreasing, we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to issue this debt without forecasting a change to the tax rate for homeowners. And then also just any other financial information that's specific to this issuance, just for the benefit of the public, anyone who may be watching this presentation for the first time, what exactly is the county being and the court being asked to do in finance today?
Absolutely. Happy to go through these items for the public and for the sake of the court before this decision is made. Looking at this slide, I want to direct you to the top left-hand corner. This is a historical look at the county's tax rates over the last 10 years. There in the middle is the M&O, the maintenance and operation portion of your tax rate. The INS is the next column. And then just to the right of that, highlighted in orange, is the total tax rate. And you can see here in that total tax rate over the last couple years, it has come down fairly substantially from 48.9 cents to 47 cents in 2021. And then this year, down to 42 cents. So quite a decline there. The 42.6 cents of a total tax rate is the lowest amount it's been here over the last 10 years. So again, we can maintain that 5-cent tax rate on the INS and do expect the M&O side of the total tax rate to continue to come down. If we could move to the next slide, please. As mentioned, so this slide looks at your total debt service payments over the coming years. They're in the bottom left. The bar chart represent your debt payments on an annual basis. And so this year, on the very left-hand column, the total debt service, net debt service is approximately $27 million. That will be dropping off next year, approximately $4.5 million. And then again, the following year after that, another 4.5 coming up in 2025. And so this is speaking to the example that Mr. Dion gave and your car needing maintenance and payments that you've already completed. The county does have debt service payments dropping, which enables you to take on some new projects, finance the cost of those large projects and large amount of projects without increasing your total debt service payments and the tax rate in any year. Next slide, please. So we next evaluate how much revenue that equates to in any one year. I mentioned those payments were coming off, and so we want to identify where that 5-cent tax rate is going to fall. So they're represented in the orange line is the projected 5-cent tax rate based on the county's assessed valuation with a conservative growth rate. We next take the difference between the revenue produced by that tax rate or the tax collections that would be collected at that 5-cent tax rate, and we net out the existing debt service. So in the dark blue is your existing debt service, and then in green represents the amount of INS tax levy that is available for project funding and capacity without increasing the tax rate. And so you'll see there coming up in the coming year, we have approximately 7.8 million that grows to 11.7 in the year after. Then you'll see out in 2032, there's an even larger drop, and in those years we have approximately 30 million of annual debt service capacity while maintaining that 5-cent tax rate. Next slide, please.
Brad, actually, if you could, I had a question on this slide. Just wanted you to clarify with regard to the forecast on the tax base, Judge Commissioners. So you can see here that the most immediate year, Steeple's projecting a 3.5% growth rate. In the first 3 years, projected to grow 7.5% in 3 years, and then about that 3.5%, usually above that amount. And so it's important to note that with the amount of growth that the community is seeing and the way the tax rate, the tax base is growing, that these figures are very conservative, and that's an important part of this analysis and aspect, because we are not projecting that the county will not have to raise the tax rate based on some ridiculous projection that we're going to grow the tax base 10% every single year. It's quite the opposite. It's actually, our debt service capacity may actually be a little bit higher if the rate of growth that we've seen continues. But for the purposes of this analysis and this forecasting, Stifel has taken a very conservative approach on estimating how much our tax base will grow in the next 5 years, and then, for the life of the bond going all the way out to 2044.
Thank you, Jose.
Yeah, Jose, thank you. That's a great point. This past year, the county's tax base actually grew 11.5%. Over the last 5 years, the county has averaged over 6% growth per year. So looking at these rates, 3.5% for this year and declining in each year after, ultimately looking at a 0.5% growth rate on the long-term basis. These are well within your averages, under the historical averages. And so, as Jose said, if we are using the actual growth rates, and as you grow in the future, this orange line would actually be higher. And so we're looking at a conservative approach here, using less revenue than anticipated will come in.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Yes, sir.
No, so thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely. So the next step that we look at when we're evaluating how much capacity the county has is evaluating your credit rating. Much like an individual's credit score, the county and other municipal entities carry a credit rating. We use rating agencies such as Moody's and Fitch to evaluate the county's debt portfolio, the economy, and management and fiscal policies. And so the county actually maintains a very high credit rating, a AA credit rating, which is just one below the AAA, which is the highest you can be. Very well thought of in the investor community and within the municipal bond market community. And some of the feedback that we get from them is that, again, the county's overall strong economy and tax base is a credit positive, that the county has currently an extremely small debt burden when compared to your peers, and that your financial position is very healthy. And so using some of this feedback, as well as some of the comparable bonds and debt issuances that are going on currently, we're able to determine indicative interest rates to perform our next analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, so using the county's revenue available over the coming years, again, that we determined on a very conservative basis, using interest rates that are in the market currently, even adding a buffer to those interest rates since we're in somewhat of a rising interest rate environment. We were able to put together this next analysis, which is a 5-year plan of finance. So we didn't want to just look at what can you do today. We want to make sure and leave you that capacity over the next 3 to 5 years to take on additional projects, take care of additional maintenance needs or replacement needs that you may have. And with that, we've come up with this financing plan and capacity analysis for the next 5 years. And so the results of that were today, and what's shown there in the green bars, the county can afford approximately $100 million of projects. And that leaves room for the next 2 to 3 years to also be able to do $100 million financing in the future. That's represented in that yellow bars down on the bottom table. And then there in the middle is also a $10 million tax note, which is represented in blue. Again, we just wanted to show you a variety of options and what the county, how many projects you could take on within the next 3 to 5 years while maintaining that 5-cent tax rate. So All in all, this together, we project $210 million of projects that can be financed over the next 3 years while maintaining that 5-cent INS tax rate. So no tax rate increase on the INS portion. We are recommending that you limit any issuance this year to $100 million of projects in order to maintain that future capacity as well. And then once you get to about 5 years out, we're showing there in the light blue bars additional capacity that would be available beyond this $210 million. Next slide, please. So in addition to looking at what your total capacity is based on the conservative growth assumptions and the maximum amount you could do over the next 3 to 5 years, we wanted to lower the amount that you potentially issue here in the first year. So I was showing you a $100 million transaction done this winter that was represented by the green charts through a certificate of obligation issuance. We also lowered that amount to show a $50 million transaction or a $75 million transaction in project amount. And so by doing that, by lowering the amount that you potentially do today, but maintaining that future ability to do another $110 million worth of projects in the next 3 years or so, we were able to potentially lower that INS portion of the tax rate. When you do a $75 million issuance this year, that could potentially lower your tax rate from a 5-cent tax rate on the INS side to 4.9 cents. So about 0.1 cents. And we wanted to quantify that. How much does that relate to for the average homeowner? So the average taxable value of a home in the county is approximately $165,000. That 0.1% of savings would equate to $2.28 on an annual basis for the average homeowner. On a $50 million transaction, when we lower that amount to $50 million, we get a result of 4.6 cents. So that's a 0.4 cent reduction in that 5-cent INS tax rate. That equates to approximately $6.65 of annual savings. So, so some reduction with a smaller project size. Of course, if you do bring that down, it effectively lowers some of the capacity that you may have in the future without a INS tax rate increase. And so we quantified that as well, and that's presented in the bottom left-hand side. So on a $75 million type project that lowers the tax rate to 4.9 cents, that would reduce the overall tax levy revenue that you bring in by $754,000, which equates to about $10.6 million of projects when using that amount on a 25-year financing. On the 4.6 cent scenario that looks at $50 million of projects, that would reduce your annual levy about $2.2 million, and that amount equates to about $30.1 million of projects on a go-forward basis. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so on this one, we wanted to isolate and look at $100 million worth of projects based on feedback that we received from Commissioners Court last week, and I'm working with staff and administration. And these are the results. So this would allow, again, to maintain that 5-cent tax rate. It doesn't go up and beyond the 5-cent tax rate, so you can accomplish $100 million worth of projects. We layer this on to your existing debt portfolio to not increase the tax rate basis in payments on the tax rate rather, not the payments on an annual basis. It maintains that future capacity. So starting next year, next fiscal year, there's going to be additional capacity below that orange line, which again represents the tax rate. So this isn't maxing you out. This isn't bonding you to your capacity beyond just 1 year's time. You would have a return of project capacity starting again next year. Okay, next slide, please. So what is this? We wanted to take a look at this. This was some feedback we received from the Commissioners Court and staff. They wanted to know how much does this project, this potential project, the $100 million worth of projects relate to, and how much of the annual payment that homeowners make is going towards the county projects and financings compared to the M&O side. And so looking at halfway down the page there, what we've done is broken down of the total payment of taxes that go to the county for the ongoing maintenance and operations. So that's going to be the annual budget, the public safety, the ongoing payments that are required in the county is represented by the M&O portion. And then the existing INS portion, again, INS being the debt service portion or the amount that funds your projects. And then below that is the $100 million project portion of the total tax rate. So the 42.6 cents of the total tax rate is approximately $700 for the average homeowner. 620 of that goes towards M&O. That amount has been coming down in recent years, as we showed you on a tax rate basis. The existing portion, so your existing debt portfolio and projects that you've already funded and financed, is $59, about $60 there. And then the new portion, or if you are to take on these $100 million of projects, it's going to equate to about $23 a year for the homeowner. On a monthly basis, you can see it to the right of those annual payments. The total project funding and debt service currently is about $498 on a monthly basis, and about $2 to take on these a month, $2 a month to take on these additional projects.
And Judge, Commissioners, wanted to ask if Brad could clarify that $100 million project portion, that 2283, currently that amount is being paid into the county's debt service fund to help pay off existing debt, correct?
That is accurate, yes. Yes, Jose. So next year, as you continue to pay down your debt, that portion will fall off. This 2283 does not represent an increase in the tax rate and the payments that you're making currently. And so that is currently being paid, and it would just be allocated to the new projects moving forward.
So, Jose, you make a good point. That 2283 is not an increase.
No, again, no portion of this portfolio intends or proposes to see an increase to the tax rate. And so that 2283 that is shown in gold there is currently being collected from property owners who are paying their taxes, and it's going toward other debt service. And in this coming 24 year, that debt service payment will be complete, and when that's completed, we will begin repayment of the certificates of obligation the court is considering issuing, and that 2283 that is currently being collected will then be designated, not formally, but for the purposes of this example, to begin the repayment of any certificate of obligation the court may issue.
Yeah, I guess my point was that an average taxpayer looking at this it would seem that that would be an increase. And I just want to make sure that it's understood that that's what's currently being paid at the moment.
That's correct. So if these, going back to that very simplified example that I know that I've introduced in this conversation that Mr. Dion referenced earlier, as did Brad, if this were your personal finances, that line item right now would say, RAV4 payment, and then when you finish paying off your RAV4, if you can afford to buy another vehicle or you're buying another vehicle, that would become the new payment for that vehicle.
The same amount.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Moving to the next slide, the last one of the last factors that we look at when we are considering timing and when to issue these type of debt obligations is looking at the interest rates. And we know we have increased interest rates and the cost of borrowing here over the last several months. We were fortunate enough over the last several years to have historic lows. So I wanted to address and point out where interest rates are today. And looking at that bottom left chart, what this is a look at the 20-year history of borrowing cost. And so each gray vertical bar there represents a 20-year history of the high mark and the low mark of where borrowing costs have been. And so we are currently at that solid line in the middle, the black with the blue highlights there. That is the interest rates we're at today. So we're certainly not at the bottom anymore, but I do want to let you know we're also not at the high. We are well within the historical averages and overall still an advantageous time to issue and finance and fund your projects, historically speaking, and based on averages. We always try and balance your cost of capital with the cost of your projects. We've seen construction cost rise pretty dramatically here with inflation. So that's always, an analysis and a item we like to look at. Locking in these interest rates that are available today is still quite a bit lower than the increase in the cost of your projects. And then on the next slide, so that's the tax exempt rate. On the next slide is a look at taxable interest rates. Talked to the court about this in the past, but we use a blend of different types of bonds. Some projects get financed with the taxable type of bond to the investor, and other projects are eligible. Their timing is better suited, and the type of project is better suited for tax exempt rates. This is looking at taxable rates, again, focusing there on the bottom left. You can see that we're still within historical averages. We haven't exceeded those highs, and it's in our recommendations still a good time to proceed and try and lock in this cost of capital. With that, I'll go to my final slide here that just talks briefly and broadly about what a financing timeline may look like. We are here at November 17th. We've, of course, presented to the Commissioners Court several times on the capacity, the ability to do these projects within your current tax rate. If the court was to accept and approve the notice of intent today, a publication of notice would be given to the public, and then there, of course, would be a wait period and a comment period for the public. And then in late January, we would come back in front of the court in order to obtain a final authorization before we ever went out and looked to sell the certificates of obligation. So that would be approximately January 23rd, based on working through that wait period and working with the communication strategy with your public to let them know about these projects and the impact. And if you approve at that January 23rd, we would be able to lock in interest rates. We propose on January 31st or plus or minus a week around that date, and then have funding and closing of the transaction in late February or early March. With that, I'm happy to clarify or answer any questions that the court may have or add anything that staff needs.
Thank you, Brett.
Yes, sir.
Jose?
Yeah. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I did want to have Brad expand a little bit on an idea he mentioned, and then if Mr. Dion is still available, just to confirm that that's his understanding as well. But Brad, during your presentation, when we were discussing the tax base and the growth that we're seeing, you did mention and allude to the M&O, the maintenance and operations side of our rate, having been, it's trending that it will continue to reduce over the next few years if growth continues. Can you expand and elaborate on that? And then, Mr. Dion, if you could just add your perspective after Brad has offered his as well.
Yes, happy to do that. So last legislative session in Texas, Senate Bill 2 was passed and implemented. And with that, it caps the amount of revenue that can be brought in on the M&O portion of your tax rate. And so what's happened here, as the county grows and the assessed valuation grows, you're limited to the amount of revenue that you can bring in any 1 year. And so because of that, what we find is that your M&O tax rate actually comes down. In order to bring in the same amount of dollars, or the amount of dollars that has been approved through the legislative session, it compresses your M&O tax rate. And so in 2021, you reduce that M&O part of your tax rate by 1.8 cents. And then in 2022, the adopted tax rate, the M&O portion of your tax rate went down 5.6 cents. And so that was based on growth in the community of 6% and 11% as El Paso continues to grow. And as that growth exceeds the 3.5% cap that the lawmakers put in place, you're going to have to reduce your M&O side of the total tax rate. And so if we maintain an INS tax rate of 5 cents and that M&O side continues to be compressed and reduced, your total tax rate is expected to decline next year and into future years as El Paso continues to grow. So even while maintaining a steady debt service levy, we do expect your total tax rate to come down because the M&O compression.
Thank you, Brett. Mr. Dion?
Yes, Judge. Commissioners, Edward Dion, County Auditor. Yes, I also agree with the discussion going on. These are projections of what the impact of the tax rate would be. And we have to kind of speculate to come up with these numbers because we don't really do the calculation until around July of 2023 based on information that'll be provided at that point in time. But we can say that we've seen over the last couple of years, the county has experienced compression, especially with the sales tax that we receive, which is a direct reduction to property taxes in El Paso County. Counties are required by law that dollar for dollar, every sales tax dollar that we receive over and above the prior fiscal year is a reduction to the property tax rate. And as we saw in the last tax calculation, we had an excess of about $5.5 million in additional sales tax through the COVID pandemic, which is unprecedented in El Paso County. But that did reduce the M&O rate, in addition to property value growth that was experienced, which significantly reduced the property tax rate. And just want to reiterate that as property values grow, the tax rate will continue to decline. But when you do the tax calculation, that 3.5% basically keeps the county's tax rate to bring in the same amount of tax revenue based on the values that were used in the prior year. I mean, when you get new value added to the tax rolls, that's new revenue to the county, but it's going to be at a reduced tax rate because as values go up, the overall tax rate is going to continue to go down and be compressed. But overall, with the discussion that's going on right now, we're working on trying to keep a 5-cent tax rate, and even with the potential of July 2023 values coming in, if they come in even higher, that compression can be experienced again, and it may still go down below the 5 cents. So that's just to be seen. There's a lot of variables, but based on the information we have right now, I think the representation that has been made is fair and accurate. If anybody has any additional questions, ready to answer them.
Thank you, Edward.
And Judge, Commissioners, and we'd like to proceed with the project side of the presentation, and then we can...
Excuse me, Jose.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to have to break quorum. I'm going to step away for a little bit, be right back.
Yeah, I want to take a 10-minute break because I know we're going to go through a lengthy process after that, so we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, you can complete that, and then we'll take our public comments, and then we'll vote on the decision. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners Court will recess for 10 minutes. It is 11:28 a.m.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees at Escárate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Line.
Go ahead.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into special open session. We are on item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners' Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation, and resolving other matters relating to the subject. Contract number 2022-0988.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Office of County Administration. The first half of the presentation was dedicated to the financial matters associated with a potential issuance of certificates of obligation. This second portion of the presentation goes over some of the related information, but then also includes other matters that are specific to the issuance, including project details, as well as the proposed community outreach program that we've been working with the Communications Office on establishing this past few days. And, is the presentation up? Okay, we're good, yeah. So the timeline that we've been working on, this began, these are public meetings that have been held, but I wanted to stress that, we've been discussing these issuances as part of the FY23 budget process, especially a lot of the intricacies that you heard from Mr. Angst and Mr. Dion regarding the tax rate and the maintenance and operation side of it, as well as the interest and sinking side of the rate. But formally, we began meeting with the court to discuss prioritizing the projects that are now going to be moving into a certificate of obligation issuance at the capital planning workshop that we held on the 3rd. The following Monday, we had a mini exercise here to finalize some of the feedback that we needed from the court. And then this past Monday, we presented the projects that could be considered to structure into a $100 million issuance. Today in bold, you can see that we are in the special session. If the court, before the court is the resolution that you will consider if you approve it, we will begin publishing notice of intent, and then that begins the clock where we would then be working over the course of the next several months to engage with a number of stakeholders in the public, in the community, as well as internal meetings associated with the finance methods, working very closely with bond counsel and financial advisor. At January then, on the 19th, the court will hold a special session. We will give the court an opportunity to hear everything that's been done to that date, including any feedback that we've received through public outreach. And then the following Monday, on January 23rd, the court would consider authorizing the sale of the certificates, which then would signal to bond counsel and financial advisor to put these on the market and begin actually selling them. All the proceeds scheduled then to be received late February, early March, and that's when departments would actually begin, they would have money in the accounts to actually begin implementing their projects. The certificates that the court is considering today are approved solely by the Commissioner's Court. It is a very narrow scope of issuance authority because it's limited to essential public infrastructure. Recent revisions to state law narrowed down what essential public infrastructure was and defined it as designated infrastructure that's related to major capital items that deal with judicial facilities, public safety facilities, parks, roadways, airports. Certificates can also be used for emergency response to generally equip, renovate, or improve existing facilities. The other finance mechanism that is not being discussed or is up for consideration today, but for the purposes of information, are general obligation bonds, which are approved by the voters and generally have a broader scope of implementation. These are really quality of life projects that go a little bit above and beyond what the county's doing, but are still in line with the authority that the court has to program expenditure of these funds. Important to note that new county facilities that do not have a judicial or public safety element to them must also be constructed and financed using general obligation bonds. You've heard this again, but the court has worked diligently, and as staff, we've worked to make sure that the court and the public are made aware of this. Based on all of the information that's been discussed, presented, and analyzed, we do not project that a 2023 certificate of obligation issuance would raise the county tax rate. And that's due to a number of items that you heard directly from Mr. Angst and Mr. Dion. You've also heard from Mr. Hargrove, Ms. Garza in budget, our chief administrator, Ms. Keller. The county has a unique opportunity here because of the debt service that is scheduled to be completed in 2024 to consider issuance of these certificates and effectively have the tax rate remain flat. And so doing so, the court has the authority and the capacity to issue up to $100 million for project proceeds. We've structured them in a way where we include funds for contingency because of the volatility of market, especially as it relates to materials and labor, as well as other administrative costs, priorities of the courts such as public art, and ensuring that we have the necessary design and consulting services to usher these projects in, working very closely, obviously, with our Public Works Department. Another important facet of where we are today and how we've worked to arrive here are the number of preliminary planning efforts that the court has engaged in over the past few years. Most recently, on Monday, the court adopted the 23-24 Major Capital Plan, which is an extensive document that includes prioritized, ranked, and scored projects that have been submitted by departments about their capital needs and are ranked and evaluated on a number of criteria. That includes information on how these tie into the strategic plan, whether they're the priorities of the department, and also the priorities of the court. You can see there some other examples of comprehensive planning studies that our agency has engaged in over the past few years to help inform the decisions that are being discussed today. In the major capital plan, these are generally the 7 categories that are included in there: new county facilities, investments in our parks, looking at ways to modernize and improve existing facilities, making investments in regional transportation, including at the Fabens Airport, looking at renovating and maintaining the historical facilities and assets that the county owns, making investments in technology and security, and then also potential investments in water utility to include water, sewer, or storm sewer projects. With respect to outreach and engagement, from Monday, this slide has since been revised. We intend to start publishing this information once the court gives us formal action and considers the item today. If we will proceed with issuance of notice of intent, all the information related to the issuance will be parked at the county website. There's also an email account where the members of the public can reach out. That's co.epcounty.com is not live right now, so if anyone in the public or is trying to access that link, it will not work yet. We wanted to make sure that we shared that information once the court took action today. Additionally, based on the feedback and direction received from the court on Monday, we've proposed 12 community meetings across 4 weeks. It is difficult to navigate the holidays, but effectively we're proposing 3 meetings per precinct, 2 during the week, and then 1 on the weekend. We would suggest that each precinct be given an assigned week, and then there's the next slide that has where those locations are. But we'd be looking at the weeks of December 5th and 12th, and we actually changed it. It should be January 9th and 16th. And then we could summarize all that information for the court and bring that information back before the court takes official action. We work with the Communications Division in County Administration to also develop a video introduction, which includes messages from the court about the projects and other relevant details. Here's a map and a breakdown. This is all draft. All of these dates, locations are obviously still subject to change, but we wanted to present this to the court to see if these were generally agreeable. We did model this off of some of the primary and proposed alternate sites that we engaged in with the American Rescue Plan Act when we held listening sessions. So you should see all of the existing sites we use there, and then we've added 2 more, and then we've gone in order in terms of precincts, going with precincts 1 and 2 in December, 3 and 4 at the beginning of the new year, and then also the possibility of 2 virtual meetings. I was just speaking with Mr. Mendez from Communications about the possibility of having those virtual meetings be streamed to different platforms, including Facebook Live, YouTube, and so we're working through that and provide more details once we know when those sessions will be held. But we wanted to start this process so that we can begin reaching out to each of these agencies about reserving the space and making sure that we are able to finalize this list so we can share that with the public and the media to help spread information and awareness about the listening sessions that we proposed. The map here, all those yellow dots show the location, the proposed locations at this point, and then you can obviously see each of your precincts in different colors: precinct 3 in red, precinct 1 in yellow, 2 in purple, and precinct 4 in that dark navy blue. With respect to successful implementation of the certificate of obligation and projects, we've taken a different approach that the county has not taken before in having a centralized office in county administration that's focused on managing the portfolio, and that is the Office of Capital Planning and Performance Management. We help to manage the portfolio and work very closely with the implementing departments, largely Public Works. We're obviously going to be overseeing the various phases of each of these projects. Another addition is the utilization of a comprehensive engineering consultant, Consor Engineers, who will provide support to the implementing departments as well as our office and ensure that they can augment staff resources as needed to provide to keep these projects on schedule, ensure that we get out to bid for construction as quickly as we can, and that we have significant oversight of construction to avoid any delays that might be related to field activities. And so it's a successful model that agencies utilize to implement large-scale capital programs. Locally, we can see this being done by the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. Mr. Tellez has a general engineering consultant and design consultants that then work on individual projects, and the general engineering consultants actually provide administrative support to both sides of the house, the management of the large portfolio of projects as well as the individual projects. And so that ensures that, again, these milestones, the project milestones that are laid out are met, and the more we can stick to schedule and budget, the quicker and more efficiently we can deliver the project to the public. In terms of timeline, to ensure that we stand ready to begin implementing these funds as quickly as possible once those proceeds are scheduled to be received by the county, we would work on a number of tasks in the interim. We had an informal, we've formally approved the contract with Consor Engineers. They were at the workshop on November 3rd. Based on today's action, we would then work to authorize them to start evaluating the project estimates and scopes of work so that we can make sure that by the January date, the numbers that are presented to the court have been verified. We're good to go with those. Those already have been verified and were, by internal departments, by Public Works. And again, this is just an intent to offer more eyes on it, more resources, think through a number of things so that we can manage the public's and the court's expectations as we head into that final authorization meeting in January. We'll work on collecting a number of critical information from the implementing departments, and with the idea being that by March, when the funds are actually received, the auditor's office has structured and established all the accounts, that departments can begin entering requisitions, issuing notices to proceed to their consultants, and actually encumbering a lot of these funds to ensure that we can, we have an internal goal of ensuring that we spend these projects down within 3 years. We'll have some flexibility on that with respect to whether the nature of each project, but that is generally the goal, is to see these substantially completed within 3 to 5 years. Here's a high-level summary of the projects and the categories that they fall into with respect to that designated infrastructure statute. You can see here you have projects at the airport, judicial facilities, parks, public safety, roadways, public art that is associated with each of those designated infrastructure projects. So there would be 1% of the entire certificate that would be available to be programmed onto maybe a roadway project, some element of public art. We'd work to introduce that element with each of the project managers, so, and then also ensuring that we can equitably distribute that public art throughout the community. And then lastly, software technology. There's 25 primary projects. Those primary projects are the ones that can be contained within that $100 million capacity, and 6 alternates that, given project savings, or if a project has to be delayed for whatever reason and we're going to remove it from the listing based on new information, those projects can then start to move into the queue for funding. And here are the list of projects in detail, along with the working numbers that we have now. These estimates, again, include the cost for comprehensive engineering consultant services, as well as a contingency account. So you can see here, I'll highlight a few of them, and if the court has any questions on any specific one, I'm happy to answer it. But some critical roadways, Ascension Road, which provides connectivity between Horizon Boulevard and Montana Avenue in East El Paso County, in dire need of major reconstruction. This would fulfill the construction of that. The design is currently underway and is funded through the tax note that the county issued earlier this summer. Office of Medical Examiner, another project where the design is currently underway. The design is funded under the American Rescue Plan Act, and ensuring that the ME's office is built to meet some of the demands that it's had to face in recent years, not only with the pandemic, but prior to that with the August 3rd shooting. Ensuring that the modern facility is available is critical for public safety in our community. Also making improvements to a number of facilities that deal with public safety, both at the adult and juvenile level. You can see here the Juvenile Justice Center receiving improvements for infrastructure that has reached end of life. Sewer lines that are original to the facility, security systems that are also original to the facility in dire need of upgrade. When we start moving into the DDF and jail annex projects, those are to ensure that fire alarm systems and other investments in security that are necessary can be made in both detention facilities that are maintained by the Sheriff's Office, including the facility across the street here downtown, as well as the jail annex in East Montana. You also see here some investments to the airport, as well as investments to parks, specifically park initiatives or projects that deal with renovating existing spaces, continuation of existing investments that the county has made with respect to those. There's some festival area work that is proposed and split up into two projects here for Escarate Park. A lot of that deals with continuing the renovation of the space that was left behind by Western Playland when they exited the park years ago. So that is the project listing. The list on the left in black, outlined in black are your primary projects. The list to your right are your alternates. You can see there a number of space modifications that are necessary to the county courthouse, a judicial facility, as well as investments in animal services, which deal with public safety, along with some property acquisition for the Sheriff's Office. And again, as funds become available, if they become available, those 6 projects would already be your alternates and would be able to move in for funding once that became available. That concludes my presentation this morning. Before I read the recommended motion that the court should consider, would definitely like to thank everyone that's been involved in this process. First and foremost, the court for setting the vision, providing us the resources to engage in this planning process. Staff and county administration, the county attorney's office, county auditor's office, budget and fiscal policy, public works, Ms. Palacios and her team have been an invaluable part of this to ensure that we have up-to-date information, often providing it within a couple of hours, just to ensure that we can meet these timelines, as well as the staff that we've been able to onboard for this new office, Cristian Martinez and Evelyn Ortiz, who have also been critical. The recommended motion that the court would consider this morning is listed here, and it's to approve and adopt a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, thereby directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation. I ask for the court's favorable consideration this morning, and I'm available to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jose. Before we start, any questions and comments? So we'll start with public comment, and then we'll be able to comment ourselves on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
Judge, we do have one person who's requested, is about to drop off. They're online. Would you like to start with that person?
Absolutely.
And then we can continue on? Okay. We'll begin with Carla Sierra. And I'd just like to remind speakers that you are being timed. It's a 5-minute time limit.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Good morning, Carla.
Good morning, Judge, and again, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this time, and I'll make sure that I keep this within my 5 minutes. So I'm unfortunately not able to attend in person. I'm attending a family function out of town, but thank you so much for the opportunity.
Carla, can you get a little closer to the mic, please, just to hear you a little bit better?
And I'm also wondering if our IT department, is there a way to increase the volume maybe? Because it is a little bit difficult to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a little better?
There you are.
Much.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Unfortunately, we find ourselves back again discussing the same issue that we did back on October 3rd. For those of you who aren't familiar with what I'm talking about, and I'll introduce myself. My name is Carla Sierra, and I'm the director of the Libre Initiative. And back on October 3rd, we were able to rally the community together to halt a whopping $400 million proposal from one of our other taxing entities. We were able to collect roughly 36,000 signatures, and of those signatures, 32,311 were actually verified by our county clerk. Certificates of obligation, for those of you that aren't familiar with what that is essentially debt without voter approval. Plain and simple, that's what that is. Back in 2019, our legislators, they passed a law that would allow us, the constituents, to actually collect 5% of registered voters to ensure that we held our local taxing entities accountable, but also allowed them to stay fiscally responsible for their constituents. And unfortunately, in El Paso, that is still not happening. We continue to pay one of the highest property taxes, not only in Texas, but in the nation. And simply put, certificates of obligation are not a just cause to debt our community. Libre continuously and consistently stands by that, and we disagree with issuing certificates of obligation for any reason. Again, we do applaud County Commissioner Holguin, who has stood by her constituents and again has voted against this issuance of debt. Unfortunately, our population has not really increased at the rate where we can justify this type of expenditure again. And just to clarify, this will not be a zero cost to the taxpayers. I did hear that a lot during the lengthy presentation, and when we issue certificates of obligation, the taxpayers will end up paying some amount. And so, you know, Libre is very disappointed in our commissioners for trying to pass COs again without voter approval when we were in your court roughly 6 weeks ago, and we, you know, collected all of those signatures of all of your constituents that said, please stop passing all of this debt on to us. And again, I do thank you for this time. And just also want to ensure the El Paso community that Libre will again rally the community together to gather the signatures to halt this issuance of debt. And we have already been able to rally several community leaders that will assist us in doing that. And again, we thank you so much for your time. And I do encourage you to take a different approach when we are trying to accomplish some of these projects that you presented this morning. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
No, thank you, Carla, for taking time to be with us. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Guadalupe Gainer.
Hi, everyone. Hello,
Welcome.
Judge, Commissioners Court. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your kind welcome. I appreciate that, Judge. My name is Guadalupe Giner, and I'm going to address the certificates of obligation. And Carla Sierra took some of my thunder, so forgive me, but it isn't very long ago that UMC tried to issue those certificates of obligation without voter approval. A citizen petition with over 35,000 signatures were collected to stop that debt. First time in Texas history that I'm aware of that many signatures were collected. So El Paso was one of the first to use that opportunity to stop debt. It was a success, but it was not just about UMC. It was a message from your constituents that they want to say on how they are taxed. Sadly, less than a few weeks later, here we are again, concerning debt without voter approval. Message not received. First, we're asking you to understand that we, the voters, are struggling to make ends meet. Gasoline, grocery prices, inflation is taking a huge chunk of our paychecks when we take them home. Property valuations are just killing us because those are tax increases. Continue to increase, and those are going to continue to go up next year. So even though you're saying that your tax rate is going to stay the same, that's fine, but the valuations, I think you already have a pretty good idea that they're going to go up again. So your constituents are going to pay higher taxes, whether the tax rate stays the same. So although the tax rate remains the same, your constituents will face a likely increase in property taxes. And all we're asking you to do is to acknowledge that your community is hurting. And you can do that by voting no today. We are tightening our belts, and we expect the county government to do the same. Second, why issue more debt in this economic environment? Inflation is out of control, construction and labor costs are volatile, and labor shortages persist. Not a good time to get into debt. Thirdly, certificates of obligations are to be issued for essential services. And I heard the list of what that constitutes. But I looked up the word essential in the dictionary, and it says something indispensable. And the following is a list of projects, and I have it here, that you propose to fund. Airport hangars in Fabens, a judicial facility, an amphitheater at Escarate, festival, I guess that's what that is, public safety, roads, public art. Most of your voters would agree that a lot of these projects don't meet that definition. Those are quality of life, and those should go on the ballot. In fact, I wonder, you have a budget that you submit every year. Why aren't a lot of these projects in that budget? Why do we have to issue debt to fund that? They should be part of your long-range capital plan if they're buildings, and you should put it on the ballot for the voter to decide whether they want those things or not. You serve the taxpayers. Lastly, I understand that the Libre Initiative, we just heard, is going to initiate a petition to halt this process. It's unfortunate that that has to come to that. So please, listen to the taxpayer. Let's not even start the process. Send a message that you hear us loud and clear. And once again, the voters, they want a say in how we're taxed. Put this on the ballot. It's not about not wanting these projects. It's about doing the right thing and putting it on the ballot and letting the voters decide. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Canet. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Cesar.
Next, we have Minerva Torres Shelton.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, and good morning, Commissioner Carlos Leon. I think it's still good morning. It could be afternoon. And Commissioner Ileana Olguin, and I believe David Stout is online still.
Virtual.
So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I took some notes so I can stay on track. So today I took some time off from my work because I felt that this was important for me to be here and address the Commissioner's Court. Even though I'm here alone, I have friends and contacts throughout the community, and they all know I would be here saying a few words. I will also be sharing some of their stories. As a member of this community, I take time to volunteer throughout the community. I also stay engaged, and I like to go out there and participate in some of the events that we have in the community. To name a few of those events that I have attended, as a veteran, I attended the event to honor the women veterans in our area. I also attended the unveiling of the Benito Juarez Monument, and I also attended the unveiling of the monument of Company E. So a common theme that I notice in those events is that our elected officials have never engaged with me as a member of the community. So for that reason, I am very happy to be here today and to be given this opportunity to be heard. So like I said at the beginning, I'm very happy to be here to express my dissatisfaction on how the county is considering $200 million in projects with and without voter approval. As you all know, at the moment, we are living uncertain times. Gas prices are skyrocketing, food prices are doubling, and food portions have minimized. People from different walks of life are struggling and cannot afford another tax increase. Yes, I've heard explain how you explain that it's not going to increase. So to share a few stories, we are friends, my family is friends with a business owner. You would tend to think that a business owner could afford to buy a home. He recently was looking for a home for his family, but was not able to do it because of the property taxes. To this day, he continues to rent a home. For his business, it's hard for him to find employees. And the few employees that he does have, he has to pay more in order to keep them. And for those customers that he already provided jobs, they're struggling to pay him. Another couple that I recently met through the events that I attend, as a matter of fact, KVIA is doing a short piece on their son today. So I would encourage you guys to tune in. His son, Alejandro Munoz, was not able to afford his home payment after the valuation went up. Another friend of mine and my family who we met through our church, his name is Anthony. Anthony had a stroke and he is now disabled, cannot drive. So he had to move to a Section 8 housing. He's living off his Social Security and is often asking different people for rides to go from point A to point B. Why? Because he cannot afford those rides to be paid to either Lyft or Uber. These are only a few examples of people who are struggling in our community. Recently, as you heard, a petition drive was done. 35,000 people's signatures were collected through our community. And to me, that is amazing. That is amazing because the people spoke. Voting is our voice. By implementing certificates of obligation, you are depriving El Pasoans of their voice. I hope today you take into consideration those 35,000 people that spoke loud and clear. And again, I thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak in front of you. Thank you.
We thank you for taking time to be with us. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, we have Sylvia Searfoss.
Go ahead, Sylvia, on the phone.
Yes. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Sylvia Searfoss. I'm a resident of Precinct 4. First of all, I want to recognize all the good work that you do. But I do have some concerns about this issuance of certificates of obligation, and that's why I am calling in. I don't understand, how most of the projects listed for the issuance of COs meets the criteria for COs. And I'm basing this on the information that was presented by the county staff, in their presentations of and explanations. They seem to meet the criteria for general bonds of obligation, not COs. Projects, that are described as quality of life or possible sources of revenue meet the criteria for general obligation bonds and not certificates of obligation. So that is my big concern, that I just feel like, and Commissioner Holguin has been voicing these concerns, and I totally agree with her. Her comments, her questions, her suggestions, and her votes. The voters are not given the chance, to vote on this debt. I thought it was a given that the Commissioners' Court would use the criteria to make their decisions, and not go off, the criteria. In general, the criteria for COs is described as narrow, not extensive. And you can see by what has been said by the other speakers that these projects are extensive. They cover a lot. So as Commissioner Holguin has suggested, we need to see what projects can be placed in the budget, which projects are eligible for grants, and which projects to place on the ballot for the people to vote on as GOs. That is the legal and the democratic way. And that's what I am asking you all to do, to consider that. And also, another concern is that I am a resident of Precinct 4, and I have concerns about full representation, on the Commissioner's Court for the people of Precinct 4. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, we have Delaris Montañez Berrios.
Delaris, we see you on Teams. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm actually going to pull over so I can talk with the court. Thank you this morning, Judge Samaniego and Commissioner's Court for allowing me an opportunity to talk on behalf of the constituents of El Paso. As you know, I am a former law enforcement officer for 26 years and a veteran of 29 years. So I have pledged 4 oaths, and I continue to tell these elected officials, and I do this very respectfully, elected officials are administrators of our land and our people. And I agree with everything that Ms. Vieira stated, and Minerva, and everybody that has spoken. We have constituents in El Paso that elected every single one of you. And we are, the United States is a republic, but we are a democracy. And I just don't see that anymore. I see individuals that work for the county that put PowerPoints together and they try to sell, because that's what I see. They try to sell projects to our commissioners' court, and they don't allow the constituents to be able to speak their voice on the ballot. I used to live by myself, and I give you a little bit of my story. I retired from Border Patrol, I retired from the Army, and I was set. Well, my mom and dad relocated with me, and everything is going higher. The groceries are higher, the gas is higher. Now we have the Texas gas trying to impose increases on us. It's just ridiculous what's happening in our community. I belong to Precinct 4, and Sergio Coronado was elected as our new elected official, but he is not present, obviously, because he has not been sworn into office. So, in my opinion, Precinct 4 doesn't have representation needed for that individual to speak on behalf of the constituents. I am not in oppose of development in our community. But one of the projects that I heard was actually the airport. And I understand that the airport belongs, or actually sitting in El Paso. But if I'm not mistaken, the airport was taken away from Texas 16 and was given to Texas 29. So does El Paso supposed to be paying for those developments at the airport? And that's just a question that I throw out there. I thank Commissioner Orguin to be a voice to our community. But again, we have 4 commissioners and a judge, and we are allowing our county staff to actually make decisions for the almost 800,000 citizens in El Paso. We need to do better as a community, and I beg you to look more into this certificates of obligation. And again, certificates of obligation, we're just signing up an empty check. And I heard that the county employees stated that there's not going to be tax increase. Well, I have a degree in accounting, and I can tell you that is not true. And we cannot foresee the future. And we cannot keep living on the past, because as we see in the world, everything is changing very, very rapidly. Now the House is going to be owned by the Republicans, the Senate is going to be owned by the Democrats, and the fight is going to be harder and harder every day that passes by. I just pray that you guys listen to the community, look more more into debt. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you for your time and service. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Next, we have Mr. James Peinado.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners Court. My name is James Peinado. I am the chair for the El Paso Republican Liberty Caucus. We had reviewed the funding proposal over the last couple of days and put out this statement, which we emailed you all this morning, which reads as follows. The El Paso Republican Liberty Caucus stands opposed to the issuance of new debt using certificates of obligation, that is, non-voter approved debt. We would congratulate the county government on paying off some of our old debt next year and implore our county commissioners court to, rather than borrowing more money to justify keeping the tax rate flat, instead lower the tax rate to whatever becomes the no new revenue rate, or better yet, lower it further and commit yourselves to seek areas in the budget next year where spending could be cut. The timing of this consideration is particularly horrible. Over the holidays and after elections, when your constituents, who indeed are still recovering from pandemic measures placed upon the local economy, which saw many businesses permanently shut down along with the loss of jobs as a consequence. Please also factor in the increased price of food, gas, and other living expenses caused by inflation that has been triggered by the incessant printing of the dollar, a decade of below market price interest rates, and massive spending by politicians from both parties. We ask that you see the virtue as political leaders to acknowledge the tough economic times we are in and tighten your budget as we must tighten ours, rather than seeking to find more projects to spend our taxpayer money on. We wish for our county leaders to not see county government as an entity that has to spend what they can get away with obtaining, but rather as frugal stewards of our hard-earned money. Granted, you have obligations set in place by the Texas Constitution, but those responsibilities could be met if you got out of the business of funding elaborate parks with golf courses, lakes, and entertainment. Such projects, though they carry a grandeur that any politician would love to have their name enshrined on a plaque somewhere at the entrance, do not really benefit the majority of constituents who live here. Even when considering that during big events, these parks can be well attended, the vast majority of your constituents are paying for projects they rarely use, if ever. The vast majority of your constituents here endure living with the highest tax rates in Texas, with more non-voter approved debt than all of the other major cities of Texas combined. We ask for our county commissioners court to begin to listen to these constituents who don't have the ability or time to come to commissioners court to sign up and speak. Understand how, for the vast majority of Paseños, an improvement of their quality of life would be a tax decrease. We know that as a Republican organization, you may choose to discount our voices, but we also know, after interacting with thousands over the summer, that many feel the same way. Many of those people who helped with the last petition to demand a vote on your last consideration of a CO were themselves Democrats. We know them as neighbors. We also acknowledge the presence of some measured fiscal restraint and good stewardship of our scarce resources in the past from Commissioner Ileana Holguin and David Stout on the last question concerning a notice of intent for a CO bond. So we ask all of you to demonstrate such good stewardship and not allow the opposite to define your legacy. Thank you for your time. We urge you to vote no on issuing such a notice of intent for CO bonds and instead look for constructive areas to cut spending in order to meet your constitutional obligations and let the rest of El Paso determine quality of life for ourselves by letting us keep more of what we earn. That was our letter we sent in. We hope that you understand that CO bonds are highly unethical. Our community is overtaxed, and the entire country is going through a lot of economic hardships. And we ask you guys to recognize that. Over the summer, starting on the 4th of July, and
30
over
seconds.
the next about 2 months, we talked to thousands of people while we worked on that petition, and we know that it took a lot of work, but it was easy to get somebody to sign a petition that was demanding a vote on a tax. I know it's not a tax increase this time, unless the appraisals go up, it would be a tax increase. But I mean, talking to voters, we know that they are stressed out by property taxes and other hardships. We ask for you to listen to your constituents and understand. We'll do it again. We will go back out in the community, and unfortunately, like if we have to do that, we will also be educating people on how you represent them. So please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peinado. Appreciate that, and we will always take you into consideration. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Max Grossman.
Hello, Max Grossman here. Can you hear me?
We can, Dr. Grossman. Go ahead.
Great. Judge, commissioners, such an honor to speak to you again. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The county has done a very good job of being fiscally responsible in recent years, holding the tax rate down, making difficult budgetary decisions. Really, you've done such a much better job than the city in terms of transparency and holding the line on the county portion of our tax burden. The county has not issued a CO since 2012. Okay, that in itself is testament to the county's sound fiscal oversight. Certificates of obligation, debt issued without voter authorization, especially on a 9-figure scale, is immoral. You've heard it said again and again from various speakers. It is absolutely immoral. There's no reason why an issuance of this magnitude should not simply be put to a vote. And that's how it's traditionally done in our constitutional republic. The question is not whether or not the county can maintain the tax rate. That's not the question. The question is whether or not the voters should have a say in how $100 million are spent. And for the last 10 years, the county has always put out GOs rather than COs. I know it's tempting. Look at the city. The city of El Paso has assumed $900 million in principal and interest obligations on 11 COs issued since 2012. And that is a Texas record. It is off the scale crazy. It's on the border of criminal. It is unbelievable what they've done. $389 million were authorized just since January 2019. And that's one of the reasons why the city portion of our tax has gone from 25 to 30% in the last 8 years. And the county has been much more responsible. I urge the county to stay on that path. This comes right on the heels of the UMC failure to ram through $346 million in COs, which was met by a petition that gathered well over 30,000 signatures, enough to fill the ballpark 4 times. Imagine that many people who are willing to sign their names onto something, and all they wanted was quite simply the right to vote on the matter. They weren't asking to kill UMC's plans. They just want to have the right to vote on them, and that's what we're asking for here, the right to vote on these plans. And look, you've heard a lot about economic hardship. A high property tax rate translates into higher rents. Rents in El Paso, we've got the new data, have risen 24% since January 2021. 24%. In the barrios, where people have rents that are $500, $600 a month, they're looking at $700, $800, $900 a month. And people are being turned out of their apartments as we approach Christmas. It's getting really, really bad. It's just a matter of sensitivity. Okay, you have to be very, very careful about what kind of debt you issue and how it's issued. For example, do we really need to spend $7.3 million to dredge Escarate Lake right now in a CO? It just seems absurd to me. So much of this belongs in the form of a GO. The most urgent thing I see on the list is funding for the jails and juvenile detention infrastructure. But those 3 items add up to $20.4 million. Only 20% of this ask. And so it seems to me that another strategy is called for here. If there's something really, really urgent with our jails, maybe it can be justified. but it's mixed with too many other things that really fall under the category of quality of life, or that should definitely be put to a vote as a general obligation bond. In any case, I applaud all of you for the excellent job you've done in general. Today, I really want to recognize Commissioner Holguin of Precinct 3, who has consistently taken the lead on urging that voters get to decide on large debt
30
issuances.
seconds.
And I hope that the rest of the court follows her lead, supports her, and I hope today that the court will not proceed with an NOI for a $100 million CO issuance that will result in a petition that will terminate the issuance and just cause a lot of hardship and embarrassment. There's a much better path forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Goldsman. Appreciate it.
Judge, we had some more people join the phone queue. They did not. We did not know their names, but we'll ask them to identify themselves. First person that I have is with phone number ending in. And I hope that the 5820. Area code 517. If you can identify yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Wally Haley, and I live at 2910 Wheeling Avenue here in El Paso, Texas. I wanted to also echo some of Mr. Grossman's comments in terms of the sensitivity of the county commissioners to the voters, to being responsive and holding down spending and the tax rates. However, I also am not in favor of issuing new debt in the form of certificates of obligation, which obligate me as a homeowner to pay more taxes. And yes, I understand they're saying the tax rate is not going to go up. And ironically, El Paso is one of the few places I've ever lived where people are actually afraid to have their property valuations increase. I just spent 14 years in Colorado, and the reason it's relevant to El Paso is because I became aware during that time in Colorado that I spent, like I said, over a decade, my property taxes there were one-fifth of what I pay on my home in El Paso. And my property in Colorado was worth more, significantly more, than my home in El Paso. So I think what we need to look at is the ratio of property valuation compared to property taxes, because when you look at our property valuations, which according to the U.S. Census, the median home price in El Paso is $132,000, and yet the mortgage, the mortgage cost, the cost of maintaining a mortgage here in El Paso, according to the U.S. Census that I just looked up today, is $1,310. That's what it costs to own a $132,000 home, as opposed to Austin, let's say, again from the U.S. Census, the median home value is $358,600. Their mortgage is $2,117. Again, that's a lot of money to spend on a mortgage, but it's less than, when you look at the valuation of the property compared to the cost of the mortgage, you're getting more for, it's not so out of whack as it is here in El Paso. Also, I wanted to address the comment that El Paso is growing. Well, again, I looked up information from the census, and it looks like our city has only grown 0.72% as of 2020. We are now the 6th largest city in Texas, but when I moved to El Paso in 1971, we were the 4th largest city in El Paso. So I think we need to ask ourselves, why are people not flocking here the way they are to other Texas cities? Because when I moved here in 71, we were bigger than Austin, Austin wasn't the mecca that it became later on. And we need to kind of ask ourselves some basic questions. What is it that attracts people to a city? And basically, it's very, very simple things. People, first of all, move to cities because they have jobs there. That's not what's happening here in El Paso. People are leaving El Paso because they can't find good-paying jobs generally, unless it's a government job, and that's not good either. You don't want your best-paying jobs to be at the taxpayer's expense. We want to be able to attract more business and industry. And yes, we can't keep making the tail wag the dog. And so what we need to do is we need to think about this. You know, I have friends that live still in Colorado and in Phoenix, New Mexico, where there's a state income tax. And, you know, without going to that specific topic, what I wanted to point out is my friend in Tempe, who, you know, which is, you know, part of Phoenix, basically, the Phoenix metro area, her property taxes as a retired older woman are $80 a month. $80 a month. Now, yes, there's a state income tax, which I don't think she pays because she lives on Social Security. So she's able to live in her home, which is paid for, and it's a very lovely home, for $80 a month property taxes, as compared to people in El Paso that pay $400, $500, $600 a month in property taxes. Imagine how much good it would do people to not be taxed at that rate, because that would mean they could put that money into maintaining their homes,
30
which
seconds.
would, of course, increase our attractiveness to people. So again, I urge you to carefully consider the needs of your constituents, to vote no on issuing these certificates of obligation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next person we have is with phone number ending in 0403. 0403. If you can identify yourself, please.
Hello, County Judge, County Commissioners. This is Ryan Woodcraft. I'm relatively new to the city of El Paso. We moved here in December of 2019 as part of an active duty move while being stationed at Fort Bliss. I got to tell you, though, my family and I absolutely fell in love with this city and this county, but it's not because of fancy ballparks or great top-of-the-line infrastructure. We fell in love with this city because of the people, their love for each other, their love for the community, how they rally around each other, especially in COVID, and all of the harsh environments that we were put through, with businesses being locked down, schools being closed. It was an absolutely detrimental economic time for the people that we call family and friends in this city. Commissioner Leon, I'm a resident of your precinct, and on your letter to constituents on the county webpage, you make it pretty clear that it's your duty to keep us informed and involved. You said that you are directly accountable to us as the residents of your precinct, and that you are our voice on a commissioner's court. So I'm not going to belabor the point. Dr. Grossman and plenty of other folks have already called in and given you all the economic implications. But as a member, as a resident of your precinct, I'm petitioning you to vote no on the notice of intent. People are leaving the city of El Paso because it is becoming too expensive. Folks are moving in together into multifamily homes because they can't necessarily afford rent, or they got booted out of their other place because they can't afford it. High-paying jobs are just not here. We're a relatively low-income city, and although the county only makes up a third of the percentage-ish of our property taxes, raising any of the taxes are going to have a significant effect on everybody as a whole. So I will not take the full 5 minutes. I just wanted to say that I am very thankful and grateful to be a part of this community. My family and I plan on staying here for decades to come. But at the rate the economic downturn is taking and property taxes are increasing, we're going to lose a lot more people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. And welcome to El Paso. Thank you.
Next phone number we have ends in 5180. 5180. Go ahead, caller, if you can identify yourself, please.
My name is John Hogan.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
You know, I want to echo a lot of the previous remarks, but the biggest thing is for you guys to recognize that the state of Texas issued the ability to submit for certificates of obligation for emergency purposes, like, for instance, the flood in 2006, you know, where a lot of businesses were destroyed and a lot of streets were damaged, and, you know, things of an emergency purpose. Let's say that we had a big fire somewhere on the mountain like we did in, what was it, 05 or something like that, the year before. Certificates of obligation are just a way of pandering to the contractors that are going to get these projects. And that's, you know, I've got a house that's paid for through years of hard work, and I'm just about ready to move to New Mexico. I'd hate to do that, but you guys are forcing our hand. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Appreciate your time.
Finally, we have a phone number ending 8484. You can identify yourself, please, and address the court.
Yes, good afternoon, Viola Ruth. I'm from the Northeast, and I'm calling you because I'm not agree with how the city of El Paso is managing the money that they don't have. You have already a debt for 10 years, 15 years, and you're still asking for money, and you're forcing us, the community of El Paso, Texas, to pay the ridiculous amount of money to pay just for interest and to pay the more on the certificate of obligation that they don't manage wisely. So you all, I really wonder why you are managing your own house, your budget on your own house. This made me wonder that, because what about if you receive only the salary that you have without any sponsors? Are you going to make your living? Is the way you treating us, El Paso, Texas, the community? It's not right what you are doing it. And you're taking advantage of all of us, and I think that is not correct what you are doing. That's all I have to say, and I'm very upset on this one, because every time that is looking one side and then do another, and then here we go, taxes again. And guess what? You're not thinking only on the property owners, but you don't take in consideration in these hard times with all the taxes and everything that is going on up, that the renters are suffering too. So please take in consideration the community of El Paso. Don't think on your own pockets, and stop over budgeting the community of El Paso. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to listen to me.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next person we have is with phone number 5141. 5141, if you can please identify yourself and address the court.
Oh, yes, this is Dave Moreno. I'm the county chair for the Libertarian Party of El Paso. And I think we beat it into the ground about how I think El Pasoans are pretty tired of paying higher taxes, or you guys just passing out the credit card for whatever projects you want to get done. I'm going to take a different approach. I'm going to beg you guys to please spare us the trouble and the man hours that we have to put together in order to run another petition through in order to embarrass you about shutting down another CO debt. Let's just put it to the voters and see if they want to approve the projects that you want. Now, our money is not for you to just throw around anywhere you want. We hire you with our votes in order to represent us. Now represent us. Obviously, 35,000 people have already signed to shut down one CO. Obviously, we're tired of CO debt. We're tired of the taxes. We're hurting as a community. Higher rents, higher inflation, higher food costs, higher gas. Do us a favor. You know, I see where you're saying that it's not going to raise our taxes. Well, how about if you lower our taxes? If you don't take this debt, then you can lower our taxes next year, right? Now, that's the way you're representing your constituency. We need lower taxes. We need more money in our pocket. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the work you guys have been doing, and I appreciate your service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Judge, those are the only remaining, that was the last person on the phone queue, sir.
Okay, well, what I'd like to do is, it looks like one of the main components is not so much the projects, but well, I think a couple of things. One of them is whether they meet the criteria is one of them that's real important, and I'd like to, Jose, whoever you feel would be able to comment on that. I think the idea of us not issuing something that the general, if we go to the vote, and so I'd like to hear what would be the impact. As you remember, one of my concerns with the UMC was there's going to be a $35 million difference between doing it with a certificate of obligation and then going out to the voter. And so my concern was that everybody was saying that they wanted it, but now we're going to have a sticker price of $35 million more. And so when they say we're here as elected officials to make decisions, my concern was, I'm getting all this feedback that it was a good thing, but they wanted it to go to the voter, but it's going to cost the voter $35 million more in order to get that done. So obviously, that's where I position myself to say I don't want that to happen, because most of the feedback I got was it's an incredible project, we need a cancer center, we need all of these things, but it's going to cost you $35 million more. So that was where my stance was. So I'd like to hear if there's any significant difference between a certificate of obligation and then going out to the voter. So if you could focus on, Jose, whoever you think could bring that to light, and that is one, the criteria, and how is it narrow enough that we're considering that, and then secondly, what's the impact of going out to the voter? And then thirdly, I know people don't want to go into the petition situation, but nobody gave us the opportunity that after we got all the feedback as to whether or not we're going to have it or not have it. And so my concern is that why are people afraid? This is not a vote for it to happen. It's a vote of intent to issue. And and everybody knows we got a lot of feedback. We went out there to find out what the voter is saying. When you've got 10 or 12 people that are opposed to it, and then we make a decision based on those 12 people not to issue it, because we're not issuing a vote to get the certificate of obligation to happen, but an intent. And that intent allows us to get more and more feedback, not only from 12 people, but hundreds and hundreds of people to tell us whether or not this is what they want or don't want. So if you could, Jose, address those items, I think we'd be at a better place.
Yes, sir. I would call on Mr. Rudy Segura, our bond counsel. He's our outside legal advisor that works very closely with us, financial advisor, county attorney's office, to verify that, in fact, these projects have met the statutory definition that's laid out in the tax code about what designated infrastructure is. And so I know Mr. Segura is online on Teams, and he can speak to that point first, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Segura, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is Rudy Segura. Everything we've talked about, the definition of designated infrastructure that was added to the CO Act. The CO Act was first passed in 1971 and amended in 1973, and we've had the CO Act as it stands today for almost 50 years. But in 2019 or 2021 was amended to say that the CO, and it really wasn't the CO Act that was amended. The CO Act stayed relatively the same. It was the tax code that was changed, and the Truth in Taxation Laws, Chapter 26 of the tax code, which says that you can only put debt on the INS portion of your rate if the debt was issued for designated infrastructure. And we have had dozens of conversations with the Attorney General's office on I don't know, well over 50 projects across the state where we have utilized certificates of obligation for designated infrastructure, which is basically defined to include anything other than new facilities, what I will call lending of credit issues, where the county would be issuing debt on behalf of somebody else. But it is authorized for all kinds of public safety, especially for judicial facilities, specifically for fire and police protection. Parks are specifically authorized. Streets, any kind of street, bridge, road project is specifically within the definition of designated infrastructure. And we have gone through, as you know, commissioners, this list that we have before you is a fraction of the total projects that we reviewed. And we are comfortable that every project on this list meets that definition.
And Judge, I would just add on to Mr. Segura's comments that all certificates of obligation projects are eligible to be added to a GO. But certain GO projects are only limited to that and cannot be issued or considered under CO. And so you don't see your major capital plan outlines more investment at a higher amount, and that's largely due to the fact that some projects either were determined by the court to be better fits for the GO process, or statutorily they're not eligible at all to be considered under the CO. So what is in front of you is that list that outlines some of that essential public infrastructure in line with the statute and guidance that Mr. Segura just offered.
Thank you. And who can address the difference impact as far as the cost of the projects, doing it through the CO or going to the voter?
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask Mr. Angst with Stiefel if he can perhaps offer a little bit of insight. And while he's coming up, I did want to just discuss with the court in terms of some of the moving, the way the market is right now, and there's potential for, we've seen project increases. We see that in the CIP, which are your smaller dollar amounts, where projects are coming in 10%, vendors are not holding prices for longer than 30 days. In terms of implementing projects, that creates some challenges for us, but nothing that can't be overcome. So while I don't have a specific dollar amount, and I would not want to speculate and put that on the record for the public or for the court's consideration, I can tell you that from an implementing department's perspective, formally directing one of those departments, there is a chance of prices increasing at rates that we have not seen. And so if that were to continue, we would expect to see these same projects cost more in the future. Now, as to how much more, I, again, wouldn't want to state that, but that is a concern that we have, especially on some of these items that are really limited to or directly related to some critical infrastructure in some of our facilities. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Angst with Stiefel if he can provide some information about what the forecast looks like out in the next year or so.
Okay, thank you. First of all, maybe, Brad, if you could start with the time frame that, you know, when would you expect, if it went out to vote, what's your expectation as to when that's going to happen?
Yes, sir, Judge.
So that we know
Commissioners,
the time difference.
Absolutely. This is Brad Angst with Stiefel, Service Financial Advisor to the county. With a certificate of obligation type of issuance, we have, of course, the 46-day wait period with the public, and we'd be able to lock in interest rates in the January timeframe, late January or early February. Based on the projections that we've shown you, we've been using today's interest rates and adding in a 50 basis point buffer in order to provide you with a look on what the cost of this capital is going to be. If we were to go to a general obligation issuance, that would need to go in front of the voters. An election would need to be called, potentially for the May timeframe, after which, after the results were certified, we would be able to perhaps lock in interest rates in the July timeframe, June or July of 2023. With today's kind of volatility in the bond market and, you know, trying to project what future rates may do, you know, that's a difficult task. We've done these analysis before for the county, and approximately, if interest rates were to rise an additional 1%, which is not out of the question, we've done the calculation, and that equates to approximately $14 million more in interest payments with a 1% interest rate rise. Now, I'm not predicting that that's going to be the case. I think a smaller rise is probably more accurate, but looking at historical rates, 1% rise is not out of the question, looking at where the historical averages have been. If it were a 50 basis point rise, half of 1%, we find about a $7.5, $8 million increase in the cost of capital.
Thank you, Brett.
Just messaging with Ms. Garza from Budget and Fiscal Policy, and I know she's here, but wanted just her to confirm that if we went out for May, whether we would still hit the timeline to have that potential debt issuance calculated into your FY24 tax rate. And the reason why that's critical is we've talked about the issuance being in calendar year 2023. If we did the issuance in that year, the first payment would happen in 24, which is where your debt service starts to decrease. And so ensuring that the issuance is done before July of this coming calendar year is critical to ensure that it can be calculated as part of your new tax rate in FY24. And she just confirmed that it would be.
That it would be?
Yes, it would be if the election were held in May.
Yeah. Jessica, you want to comment on that, please?
Thank you, Judge. Jessica Garza, Budget and Fiscal Policy. Mr. Londeros is correct. If we went out for an election in early May, we would have sufficient time between then and July to incorporate any new issuances into our tax rate, similar to how we did the tax anticipation note this past year. I think the actual issuance would have to happen, and Mr. Angst from Stiefel would have to confirm that timeline as to when the actual sale would have to take place. But if it was done in May and everything followed a strict timeline, we would be able to incorporate that into our tax rate.
So, in essence, we could say that if it goes out to the voter, we could still maintain the fact that that we don't get an increase in their tax.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So that's the important part, right? That we're trying everything we can not to increase the tax, and then if we went out to the voter, if that happened, then obviously it would go against our principle or a basis of what we're trying to accomplish here is to do these things without. I think there's also some consideration is the timing. For example, if you look at our ability to align with the aerospace, the money that we've got, the $40 million that we got, and their expectations of the Fabens Airport and everything that needs to happen there for us to be able to, to align ourselves properly. Because there's a huge expectation that the $40 million, we're fighting for that between the city and ourselves. So, I mean, it's either Fabens is going to get it or the airport's going to get it. And by showing infrastructure and showing that we're capable of dealing with the aerospace district, we have to compete by having the right infrastructure. So I know that's a very important element to that. So there's some time-sensitive things that we need to do that would be difficult to do later on. If Betsy, you want to?
The other thing I want to make sure we take into consideration as the court makes its decision is if we do take it to a vote in May or any time in 2023, and we include things such as like the improvements to the jail and JPD, and it does not pass, you may not issue debt for another 3 years minimum for those projects.
Mm-hmm.
Or even projects closely related or similar.
Well, the other consideration, I know Commissioner Holguin brought it up, is that we narrow it down to the things that are critical, and then I think the our constituents will feel more comfortable that we're really zeroing it down to that. We would have an opportunity to save taxes by lowering it not as much as we would if we didn't do anything. So what I'd like to hear is from each one of the commissioners, just what they've gathered from the feedback, so that we can have a sort of robust understanding. So I'll start with Commissioner Stout. Do you want to go ahead and comment on your views on these discussions?
Judge, if I could interrupt for a second, we have one additional person that just called into our phone queue. Would you like to take that comment?
Sure.
1 second. Person with phone number ending in 1710, if you can identify yourself and address the court.
My name is Rosario Rodriguez.
Yes,
I just want to voice my concern about this $100 million project going on. I am against it. I think as a citizen, I have every right to petition this, as well as the rest of the community, just like we did the last project, which was knocked down through a petition from the community. And I believe we need to have this opportunity to petition this $100 million project going on, which is totally unfair. This is like taxation without representation. I'm totally against it and vehemently aware that this is not, it's incorrect. We have the highest tax in the whole Texas. And where is it going? Infrastructure? What infrastructure? Our streets are falling apart. We have no parks. They're deteriorated compared to other cities that are much less taxed than we are. Houston, beautiful parks. El Paso, weeds, desert, filth, trash. Where is this $100 million going? This is incorrect. I do not want to go into whatever projects and infrastructure you're talking about, which are lies. I'm sorry, but I think they're lies. I don't know where all my money is going to as a citizen, paying in El Paso, Texas for almost all my entire life. I'm already in my 60s. I want to enjoy this. I want to enjoy my life, but I see it just getting worse. This is just so unfair, illegal. Is there anything else I need to add? How much time do I have left?
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes, I want this to be aired somehow, so the rest of the community can petition this $100 million project, like one of them that was knocked down by petition of the El Paso citizens. It's just be coming down to whatever the city officials, councils, representatives decide on, and it's just going to what? No. That's all lies. We have we pay the highest taxes of, I think, the whole country. It's close to that. And to what? We don't even have a park that we could be proud of in El Paso? For anybody to invite any tourists, anyone coming to visit El Paso? We don't even have a park because it's so dry and full of filth and weeds and dirt. I understand that the water is very precious, but hey, where are our tax dollars going? If it's not for at least a park for our enjoyment, to get outside and enjoy life outside of the park. Yeah, it's going to cost us water, but so what? Where is it going? I want to know where it's going. And if it's going to be the high taxes that we're paying from the highest in the country, for Texas, highest in Texas for sure, but the whole country perhaps. I want a park. I want something to enjoy. I want to know where those dollars are going. It's taxation with a representation, and that is out of the Constitution. Something is wrong here. There's too much corruption. For what? Lies. I want as a citizen to see where my taxes are going. I want to petition this $100 million project bond that's going on against it. We are against it. I'm speaking for my community. I can assure you that. Okay, who exactly is here?
Pardon me?
Hello?
Mr. Rodriguez, what was the question?
Yeah, well, I want to know what representatives are at this meeting right now. Who is attending right now?
30 seconds.
Is this going to be aired?
I'm sorry, this is being live streamed on YouTube, and Miguel, correct me if I'm wrong, is it also on Facebook?
No, only on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Only on our website and on our website.
Did you hear that, Mrs. Rodriguez?
Okay,
Yeah, that's being aired at this time.
good. I hope it's aired even more. I hope more people hear it.
Okay, thank you.
That was the only one, Judge.
Okay. So go ahead, Commissioner Stout, if we could get your views on this.
Commissioner Stout, you're muted.
Commissioner Stout, can you hear us?
They're logged. He's logged in on Teams, Judge. I don't know if he's right at where his computer is or phone is.
Well, I need to know that he's on. Oh, there he is. Okay, just to make sure that we go beyond 3.
You're muted. You're muted, Commissioner. We can't hear you.
You can hear us, and can you hear us? Yes, he can hear us.
You might have to unplug the headphones. You may have to unplug the headphones.
Yeah, we can hear you. You've been able to hear the whole discussion?
You might have to unplug the headphones and use the computer microphone. There.
Okay.
There.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was having some issues with getting my mic to work.
Okay, but we can hear you very clear, Commissioner Stout.
Okay, great. And I apologize if there's any background noise. I had to come over to a cafe. I appreciate the opportunity, Judge, to speak on this. I've seen the emails that my office has received, and of course, listened to all of the speakers today, and I want to let everybody know that I really appreciate the participation in this process. I really, I'm happy that we had such a large number of folks calling in and writing in to let us know how they feel about this. And I just wanted to comment that, I feel like there's a lot of misinformation, right? And we've from a lot of the things that I heard people say, it sounds to me like people are misinformed or may not have all of the correct information that they need, and I think that we can do better to make sure that these things are cleared up. I've heard people talk about and seen emails talking about the amount of debt that this community has to pay. And, I just want to make it very clear that the county is not the city. And I feel like many people that spoke today seem to conflate the debt between the two entities. I heard some people say that we've not been fiscally responsible, and I disagree with that. In my opinion, the county has been very fiscally responsible. And as was pointed out earlier, we are at a tax rate that is lower than when I came into office 8 years ago. And we have been at a 5-cent debt service tax rate or interest and sinking tax rate for at least that same period. And I don't understand how people can claim that we at the county have been irresponsible or haven't been good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I think that we have done everything that we possibly can to try and spend the money that we are entrusted with in an efficient and an effective way. And I believe that this is another example of that. I also heard many people urging us to find other ways to take care of these very important issues. However, I heard absolutely nobody give us any viable or fiscally responsible ideas about how to do that. I think there may have been some suggestions from folks about paying for all of these things with cash. We have a $500-600 million total budget on a yearly basis. It would be completely fiscally irresponsible for us to take $100 million or $200 million in projects and use cash for that. But also, I think there was a point that was made at the last meeting that we had that talked about being equitable. And I don't know if Jose can bring that slide up again, but I find it hard to believe that people would rather pay everything up front in cash instead of paying as we go, because that would mean that you, the taxpayer today, would be on the hook for everything instead of also asking future taxpayers who will also benefit from the expenditures that we will be making with these bond issuances, to also share in some of the costs. And I feel if you're asking us to look out for your pocketbook, you, the taxpayer today, then I don't think that this is what you should be advocating for. That this is, I think, a very fiscally responsible manner of going about funding some of these much needed projects. The fact of the matter is that we have worked very hard over the years to pay off these debts in a timely fashion, and so that we can continue to meet the needs of our constituents. When you invest in capital infrastructure, you have to at some point upgrade that infrastructure. You have to continue to invest in that infrastructure. You cannot allow it to fall into disrepair, because that brings about a number of issues that are not beneficial, that are not positive. Our facilities need investment, and we have a really great opportunity to make those investments without seriously impacting the tax rate and taxpayers' pocketbooks. I understand that no time is a good time to raise taxes. Nobody likes to have to pay more taxes. Nobody. I mean, I understand that folks are worried about this, but we are working to support the work that we do on behalf of the people, and these things are priorities that are these investments are needed, in my opinion. Many of them are terribly needed, and I believe that we have a great opportunity here to deal with these issues, to repair and to reinvest in some of these properties that we have, and some of these capital projects that we have, and by doing it now, we are saving the taxpayer, because in the future, when things become more in disrepair, it costs even more to fix them. I think that we also, have to realize that we are a democracy, and I've heard people say things like, "This is taxation without representation," but I don't think that that's the same. It's not the same thing. When I hear taxation without representation, means you're being taxed, but you don't have somebody who you've elected to be speaking on your behalf. And we are all elected officials, and we are all elected to speak on behalf of our constituency and make many of these decisions on their behalf. But it's not a direct democracy. That would be chaos. There's a reasonable balance between having a check on the ability to make big decisions by representatives elected for that purpose, and stopping everything. And of course, as we know, members of the public have various ways to engage if they disagree, like testifying today, like sending us emails and giving us calls, and like participating in the petition process that we saw that happened with UMC and that has been promised to occur at this point. One last thing I wanted to say about some of the the folks that ran some of the petitions against the UMC bond. I hope people realize that some of these folks, there was lots of misinformation being put out. I think there's lots of misinformation even around this issue, and I don't doubt that there will be a campaign of misinformation being put out to try to tank this project as well, and that is very unfortunate when you have organizations that are willing to purposefully mislead the public and not be as transparent and as forthcoming with the facts as possible. And that's what we're trying to do here. This is why I've always asked to have very robust public outreach campaigns when we're dealing with these types of large issuances. And so, I think I will reserve any further comments. I'd like to hear what the other commissioners and the judge have to say. I may want to speak up a little bit more as we're having more discussion, but those are my initial thoughts after having the presentation, after hearing what folks have said, and I appreciate again people participating. I appreciate our staff for working so hard to put this together. I appreciate the Commissioners Court for being open to look at this possibility. There are many needs that the county has, hundreds of millions of dollars of needs that we have, and we have to pay for them at some point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Leon?
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. That was extremely well put. I've got to say, when I was elected and took office in 2013, throughout the years, we have been waiting for this year for the debt to drop off. We put many improvements off because we couldn't afford it. And as Commissioner Stout noted, that over the years we've been extremely frugal. There's so many things that have gone unfixed, so many things that have not been added that we have needed. If you look at JPD roofs, the tax office expansion, facility improvements, medical examiner, the list goes on and on that we've put off. Even if you look at the Escarate Western Playland area where they left, that should have been taken care of years ago. And now with this opportunity, without, we can't control what the CAT does, but we do have control over the future of our county. And I, for one, refuse to go backwards. You talk about some of the improvements at the Fabens Airport that in the future I think will be, they're almost like revenue bonds that's going to pay tremendous dividends to our community as that airport improves. And I see this opportunity like a family that's been paying on a car over the last few years. and they paid off, and the car's still running very well. But now if they keep paying their portion towards what was the payment of their car, now they can afford to install Wi-Fi. Now they can install a sidewalk around their home so it's not muddy when they come home. They can fix the leaky roof. So I, for one, still think, all the callers and the visitors here made some good points. But I think we need to reassess maybe the as you mentioned, Judge, the list that we have, what we prioritize on the very top as compared to others that may go to a GO in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Holguín?
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to reiterate some of the it's really, I have the same concerns that I had on Monday at our Monday meeting when we were discussing this issue. And what my concerns basically come down to is that I think that there are some projects on the list that this proposed 100 million CO would fund. I believe that some of those projects on that list are better suited to general obligation bonds that would go to the voters and would allow the voters to vote on those projects. Again, I believe that COs should only be used for emergency projects and public safety related projects. I do not believe that the court has spent enough time looking at alternatives to the COs, the 100 million in COs, for funding some of these projects on that list. For example, such as adding smaller dollar projects to the CIP budget or moving some projects to the GO proposal that we've been talking about, or perhaps issuing revenue bonds for some of the economic development projects that are on that list. Keeping the tax rate level is definitely a good thing, but reducing the tax rate and lessening the burden on our taxpayers even more than the county has already done would certainly be better. The county, I agree, that has been very fiscally responsible. And that's why I think that just because the county has the capacity to issue 100 million in debt doesn't necessarily mean that the county should issue the 100 million in debt. I think that we need to be more measured and deliberate when considering the amount of any potential COs. And I would encourage this court not to issue the notice of intent for 100 million, but instead to continue to look for alternative funding options for some of these projects on this list. I think one thing that we have to remember is the notice of intent that we're voting on issuing today. That's what starts the clock for the signature gathering that we've heard will very likely happen. And if enough signatures are gathered, these projects may end up not being able to go forward at all for at least a period of 3 years if a subsequent vote then fails. I think the public input process should happen before the notice of intent is issued, not after, which is unfortunately the way that it's being suggested right now. So for those reasons, again, those are the same concerns that I voiced on Monday at our Monday meeting. And I do not believe that we should be going forward with issuing the notices of intent today. I believe that we have much more work that can be done to potentially finding alternatives to fund some of these projects that aren't non-voter approved debt.
I think if we had, it sounds like there is a consensus on reducing it, at least as a first step. Betsy, or I don't know who could answer this, that if that's the case, it's not something we can right now just determine what's in and what's out and what we're going to vote on. So I think my recommendation, unless it's opposed by the commissioners, is that you do bring back the what would you send to a GO and what would we keep as a certificate of obligation. Because I think if you hear the comments, we gain two things. One, my concern is like everyone has expressed here, or at least two of the commissioners, is that you have to take care of things that could cost you much more. So the delay of addressing something can cost you more and then have a huge impact on your budget. To let go of certain things, that infrastructure can get worse, and then later you pay more. And I'm always concerned about that. I said that with the UMC, delay of health care could be more costly than the entire bond, because when someone comes in and you can't go into the hospital, and then you go home and you decide you're not going to get treatment, and then you come back and now you're 10 times more ill, and now it's going to cost, you know, the county $1 million or something, could have cost you less. And I think the same principle is here, that there's things that it's easy to delay, but then the cost of not doing it could be very expensive to the taxpayer. So I too am in agreement that if we can do both, one, reduce the tax rate because we do the 75 or the 50, then we're helping to decrease taxes on our constituents. And then we also do what we need to do quickly on some of the items that need attention, like the jails and all the other things. So, like I said, I don't think we could do that here today unless we direct you, Betsy, to come back and with the feedback of the commissioners, Commissioner Holguín, everyone else, to say, this is what we would be willing to do on a CO, and really narrow the scope as much as we can, and then bring it back and then make that decision. But
Sure.
I don't know if that's the direction.
Sure, I think that's a good idea.
That you want to take, Commissioner Stout.
You know, I just want to remind the court about something that Betsy told us on Monday, is that you know, we can issue the notice of intent for 100 million and then decide to reduce what we actually spend later. But if we lower it now, we can't go back up, from what I understand. And so I just want to point that out. You know, I heard Commissioner Holguín's point about the public outreach process, and that's something that I also advocated with the UMC bonds, and I would have no problem with doing public outreach, and I think that that's a good idea. It's what I was alluding to earlier as well, is, you know, looking at doing some public outreach to talk to folks so that they are informed, because as I stated, I think a lot of folks are still misinformed about what this entails and what it would be, and we need to make it our responsibility to make sure that folks understand what we're doing. But I also want to comment that you know, we have been very deliberative about this. We have been deliberating about this since I have been in office. I have been, you know, advocating and wanting, for example, to do some of these upgrades and investments in Ascada at the park for 8 years, and we have been deliberating about that for 8 years. I don't know how that's not enough time, but to deliberate. But I understand that when you have new members on the court, they would like to also have sufficient time to talk about these things, and so. But I just wanted to put that out there as well. Some of us have been deliberating, and I don't think that we are being unmeasured either. I do believe that we are being very measured, and we have always been very measured in the way that we go about things. We don't do things frivolously or without frugality, as Commissioner Leon mentioned earlier. And I don't think that this is a case of being unmeasured or not being deliberative. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
So, Judge, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, that's right. Commissioner Stout just triggered my memory. Yes, by going out for the 100 million, that means we can always step down to 75 to 50, but we don't paint ourselves into a corner. That as we prioritize all these projects, that we say, well, we need it in the 80, or we need it below 75. So I agree that I'd rather go high now and be able to step down and not the other way around because then we're stuck at that lower rate.
Commissioner Holguin?
No, Judge, I was just going to say, in light of the comments that you made and the suggestions that you made that I agree with, I was actually going to move to go ahead and delete the item to give our staff the opportunity to engage in more public outreach, as was discussed. I mean, we all know why that's so important. And then also to give our staff the opportunity to look at some of these other options that you had mentioned just a few minutes ago.
You're open to make that?
I'm sorry?
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Just to, if I could clarify then, so the expectation on us about bringing this back, are we to complete the public outreach that we outlined in the presentation first before everything back? I just wanted to make sure that we had clear direction so we can begin implementing, or would the court want us to bring something back after the Thanksgiving holiday at December 5th or 12th?
Jose,
Yes.
well, I think if there's a motion on the floor, I think we need to either see if there's a second before we have discussion about that intent.
I'll second, and then we can have a discussion on that.
Okay, and so again, I want to piggyback on what Jose is saying, because we've talked about a couple timelines. What we'll need to do is also probably get a new timeline. So what I'm hearing is start communication and outreach. We may have to increase the schedule, Jose, or expedite the schedule somewhat. Also, I'd like to meet with each member of the court and go back through the list again to talk about what you all previously identified as CO versus GO, just to make sure we're understanding which ones you all are seeing as a priority. And then as we go through those public meetings, show the different projects and allow public input on those CO, or which they think are quality of life, and then also explain the ones that are critical infrastructure for us and why. And then we would come back to the court, but we would get this additional information.
We're going to have to.
We'd get the additional information and come back.
Give me 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Yeah. And then Rudy wanted to come in, so as soon as we get back in 10 minutes, we'll do that. So we could take
Commissioners, court will recess for 10 minutes. It is 1:35 p.m.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project. Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the Master Gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Gray Woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in the winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get like spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance for to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free.
Into special open session. We are on item number 11 to discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation and resolving other matters relating to the subject. Contract number 2022-0988.
So, Commissioner Olguin, if I understand your motion, it's to have our public meetings first, then go, okay.
I think Rudy Segura is also on the line, Judge, and wanted our bond counsel and wanted.
Oh, yes, I did recognize it. Go ahead, Rudy.
Thank you, Judge. There were just a few statements that were made. I just wanted to clarify, and I guess the first one is with respect to the timing. As I just looked at the calendar right now, in order to call an election by February 17th, and that is the deadline to call an election for May. As you know, in Texas, these days, you can, other than runoffs, you can only have elections on I think it's the first or second Saturday in May and the second Tuesday in November. And those are the only dates you can have an election. And so for May, the deadline to call it is a Friday, February 17th. And so not looking at a special meeting, you'd probably be looking to call it at latest on February 13th. And so, and calling an election isn't, just like, we call an election. There has to be some research done, get the ordinance together, get all the polling locations. That takes some prep work. And so I think just looking at the calendar realistically, in order to meet the deadline to call an election for May of next year, you would be looking at authorizing a notice of intention by the week of Christmas. That would, set a public hearing, or it's not the public hearing, but the meeting to consider for February 6th. And then assuming the county does receive a petition, would give us a few days to put together an election order for the county commissioners court to approve the following Monday. So that was the main thing I wanted to say was on the timing. The second was on the 3-year CO moratorium. That only applies per the statute to bond elections. So if you put a GO bond on the ballot and it fails, then you cannot issue COs for a period of 3 years. But if you have to put COs on the ballot because of a petition and it fails, that moratorium does not on its face apply. I just wanted to clarify that if you do put this laundry list of projects on the ballot as one big thing, it would cover things like water and sewer, public safety, airport parks, and it fails, you would not be ineligible to issue COs for it in the future per that statute. And then finally, I've heard several times the word emergency. Certificates of obligation were never intended, I think, just for emergency situations. They have never have read historical literature on how the CO Act came to be, but it does have emergency provisions in it. There are emergency provisions for when COs can be issued on an emergency basis to deal with and it's defined in the statute, 3 things, and usually damage to property or danger to public health. I've only had to do that maybe twice in my career where you had real emergencies where we just met on a Monday and issued COs immediately and closed in order to deal with some kind of threat to the public. Those are just the things that I wanted to inform the commissioners of, and that is all.
Thank you, Mr. Segura. Thank you, Rudy. Very, very good insight. Thank you.
Judge Commissioners, based on that information then, it sounds like if we were to, a couple of things, I think the outreach schedule that we had, just to be sincere, was intended to stay away from those major holiday weeks. And so we were looking at starting in December to also give us a chance to start coordinating these for the early weeks of December, and then the second and third week in January, which would, if we complete that, then we would not be looking at the May election timeline. But potentially, if we were looking at structuring some of this in a CO, be looking later. So one of the considerations that we will keep in mind as we work through some of this information is if we were to structure the general obligation bonds, do we collectively put them on at the time that we're ready for those to go in the later election, either sometime in 24 as opposed to 23? And then, so that was one consideration, but that was important for us to understand that we would not be bringing something back until we've completed and concluded the outreach. And so it's with that wanted to ensure that you all were okay and were in agreement with using those dates in that format and rolling forward with the outreach as we had presented in the presentation.
You're okay with that? Yeah.
Judge Jose, can you also, or can somebody clarify when the clock starts ticking for a petition to stop this?
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Segura if he can speak a little bit to the timing of when signatures can be gathered and when they're considered valid in that process.
Thank you, Jose. And so, just 2 things is one, I look at the certificate of obligation statute as a process, it's procedures. And so, part of those procedures include possibly getting a petition and then giving the Commissioners Court the ability to put it on the ballot. And so it's not, I've heard some people say, it'll be stopped, we'll kill it, whatever, but that's not the intent of the statute. The intent of the statute is to put the burden on the people or the taxpayers to force an election. And so it would just go to an election if the Commissioners Court so chose. And the statute provides that a valid petition has to be presented to the county clerk on or before the date set forth in the notice of intent. So in the kind of example I gave, if we set February 6th or if we continued with our January 17th date, then on or before that date, a valid petition would have to be presented to Ms. Briones, and that clock starts the moment that the petition, I guess the notice is either posted on the county's website or published in a newspaper.
So just to confirm, Mr. Segura, so if the court were to publish on notice of intent on December 5th, the signatures collected from that date forward would be valid so long as they're verified by the county clerk and the elections department. Mr. Segura, did you?
I'm sorry?
No, yeah, I was hoping that you could confirm that if the court were to issue.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, before it was, until recently, we just had to publish the notice of intention in a local paper, and that started the clock. But now it has to be published in the local paper and posted on the county's website. And so I think either posting would start the clock for the petition. And again, going back to kind of the broad list of projects we talked about in there, it's all under a single project, so to speak. Parks, public safety, jail, everything is in one unit, and there's no distinction as to how much of that $100 million has to be spent on any particular project. And so if you did adopt the notice of intent today or adopted it at a lower dollar amount, I don't think the project description would likely change a lot more between now and a future date unless we were going to exclude entire categories out of the proposed CO package, such as completely removing public safety, for instance, or software and technology. The other option, as we've talked about before, is to adopt multiple notices of intention and to separate the notice of intent into multiple notices of intent. Each of those would have to then be on the ballot, placed on the ballot separately, and each of those would also have to be petitioned separately.
Thank you, sir.
So could you restate the motion just so everybody understands?
So my motion was to delete the item regarding the posting of the notice of intent to issue the $100 million in certificates of obligation in order to give our staff sufficient time to conduct more public outreach, and then also to look at potential alternatives to funding some of the projects on the current project list.
Go ahead, Caesar. Call the...
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay.
We'll start working on this and keep you all informed as we start scheduling those dates by working with each of your offices.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much. I appreciate everyone that's been here during this time. As you can see, we're trying our best to do what's right and take all the feedback that we received today, so thank you for that. Thank you. And we are going to break for 30 minutes.
Commissioners' Court will recess for 30 minutes. It is 1:58 p.m.
And they came and have people helping, and we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be, you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. they went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees set aside at the park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project. Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be, you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, and because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi.
We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too. And if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project. Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the Master Gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type, machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, and because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit.
Shiners, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into special open session. We're on item number 12, receive a presentation from the Economic Development Department regarding proposed El Paso County business support activities funded by the American Rescue Plan Act.
That's the right button. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez, Director of Economic Development. It's good to be with you this afternoon and to present some concepts about how to support businesses and support workforce development programs that we think are a benefit to our community, especially as we look to think about businesses still looking to recover from the pandemic. I'll bring up the presentation in a bit. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just let you know that a lot of what we're doing is informed by the work that we've achieved in recent years during the pandemic. And I'm speaking mainly about our FASTER program, our financial assistance for safety, technology, and economic resilience that helps more than 830 businesses with grants, loans, and technical assistance. That help went out pretty quickly by the county. The county stepped forward during a pivotal time. There's a lot to really be proud of in terms of the county taking on this new role and finding out those new partners that can help deploy assistance to the community. A lot of times those partners did not have that experience, and so the county in pretty short time whipped up a really successful and impactful program. A lot of what we learned from that program showed us that technical assistance was something that was incredibly valued by the businesses and the employees who were able to gain new skills sets that are still resilient and meaningful and portable to them. That's something that really is caught our focus and attention. And I want to just to share with you that businesses are still in terms of the pandemic, struggling to some degree, especially because of some of the market conditions right now. Inflation is starting to cool down, thankfully, but we do have a consensus of economists that are projecting that pricing or costs for raw materials and goods will still stay elevated in the coming calendar year. So there is still a lot to contend with. Employees are still trying to figure out what their roles are and trying to get more training so they actually become more marketable and have more options for economic opportunities. And so those are the things that have really shaped our focus in terms of the programs that we're looking to design and the partners that we think are a good connecting point to receiving assistance from the county. I do think that there is some good news about the coming year. I think economists had worried about a recession, and they're still looking at those conditions. But of course, because pricing is cooling on raw goods and materials and products, they do think that the economy will be fairly strong still. And so it's a matter of trying to figure out how to support businesses and employees going forward. What are the skill sets that are going to be desirable? What's going to help allow people to have some mobility as they think about what they present to employers and others and customers? And one other note I want to make, a lot of what we're talking about today has also been shaped by the county's participation in the Economic Recovery Cohort by NACO, the National Association of Counties, had us as part of a cohort that learned a lot about what's going on with the economy right now, what businesses are how they're being impacted, and what communities are looking to do to try to help solve some of those issues and meet some of those challenges related to the economy. That recovery cohort also connected us to some really meaningful information. One of the more interesting data sets that we got to see was that the Brookings Institution reported that over the last 2 years, more businesses have been started in this country than any other similar period going back 40 years. And people are starting to study why that's happening. I think there are some good theories behind this, and it's that a lot of folks have not come back to the workforce in the traditional way. The pandemic has given a lot of people some time to pause and figure out what is a meaningful skill set. And in a lot of cases, some people who have started businesses have thought to themselves, I present a really good skill set. I present something that I think can be marketed pretty easily. And actually, I can actually start my own business with the skill set that I have and offer it to different people. I don't have to go back to my old employer and do this work anymore. I can actually do this on my own and start a business. And so the barrier for starting a business because of the internet and being able to find customers online is also lower than it's ever been. And it's just a matter of trying to support that entrepreneurial effort that's happening in El Paso as well. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we did support businesses through our FASTER program, and we relied on a bevy of community partners to help us with that effort. Dispersing grants and loans and technical assistance was not an easy task, and we have many of the folks that you see on the screen here from the El Paso Hispanic Chamber, El Paso Community Foundation, Workforce Solutions, Borderplex, People Fund and Lift Fund, those community development micro lenders that really helped us connect to businesses in meaningful ways. Next slide, please. And so that's shaped us to think about really focusing in on technical assistance for what we're calling FASTER 2.0. And that is to really bring a lot of skill sets and capability to businesses through helping them connect to more digital transformation efforts, focused training that produces resilience for not just their businesses, but their employees and staff so they actually have more capability within their businesses. All these businesses that we're looking to support in El Paso, every business in El Paso County would be eligible for this program. And what we could do is shape this in a way that mirrors what we did with FASTER, which is to really think about some of the businesses in the outlying parts of El Paso County, those unincorporated parts of El Paso County, the smaller municipalities outside the city of El Paso's limits, and see if perhaps we can deploy the assistance in a way that allows those businesses outside the city of El Paso's limits to be sort of a first wave of businesses that are provided support through our ARPA money. And so that seemed to do some work for a lot of businesses. And then we can open it up to all businesses and throughout El Paso County, including the city of El Paso. But having that 60 to 90-day period to allow businesses in those often overlooked parts of El Paso County have a good first chance at the program, I think could be something that we would shape up as well. We would also continue to, make sure that all of this is marketed and the outreach is still pretty strong using the pair of websites that we created during FASTER, so epbusinessstrong.org, as well as Buy El Paso, provide that kind of through point for businesses to find customers and to get to resources that they really need. In fact, epbusinessstrong.org currently has data research information that's free to any business that wants to use it. You can go and take a look at what your business presents. You can take a look at competitors. You can take a look at what client bases look like. You can actually set up a look at where your location is and see how it's delivering, and look at other competitors in the area to see if perhaps you're solving or you're providing a service or a product that is perhaps not as concentrated, or perhaps is in a place with a lot of competitors. And so there's a lot of functionality that we can continue to provide going forward with FASTER 2.0. I will mention that FASTER also relied on some really incredible outreach that I think was really unique to El Paso. We pointed this out when we presented to the ICMA annual conference in Columbus, Ohio a couple months ago, where we used promotoras to help get word out to those different parts of El Paso County that are really hard to reach. Those folks have really built up networks of people that trust them, and we can certainly make sure that whatever business support programs we're looking to deliver relies on promotoras as part of that outreach effort. Next slide, please. And so here's what we're looking to do in terms of the technical support that we're looking to roll out to different businesses as well as to workforce. And here are some of the partners. We'll go into some detail with each of these, but this is sort of an overall encapsulation of the different folks that we've identified as possible community partners for us with FASTER 2.0. That gets us to that $2.5 million that's been set aside for technical assistance for businesses. Next slide, please. So Workforce Solutions Borderplex during FASTER helped us with a digital transformation solutions program that's been touted nationally. It was presented at Congress as a model program that helped businesses gain an online presence, helped build up technical capability for staffs, allowed them to even buy some of the gear that made them more efficient or allowed them to work more safely. To the point where if it wasn't just laptops, it was also sometimes card readers, so that businesses were not having to deal with cash, and it made their operations much more streamlined. And so that's something that I think we could look to restart again. We thought the delivery of that was incredibly impactful. We had more than 326 businesses or employers helped by this training. Often it was delivered online through LinkedIn Learning, and also just by basically customizing the needs or serving the needs in a customized way, so that we identified specifically what those businesses needed and then provided that support through that technical assistance. Next slide, please. Another partner that we've identified that does really good work in the region is the Small Business Development Center here in El Paso. They're based at the EPCC campus or location off of, at Viscount, and they provide a variety of business support courses. They offer anything from really specific accounting courses to from A to Z, what it means to start a new business and how to bring a product to market. And so they have a lot of capability and functionality. One of the more impressive things they can do is to customize those courses in a way that's meaningful for the different cohorts of businesses that we can cluster up together. Once we start identifying some commonalities in terms of businesses need a certain kind of thing, and that can range from anything from bookkeeping and accounting to business plans that allow them to expand and go for further lending. Often when you show up at a bank, they want to have a good framed out plan for what your growth is looking like and what you want to do with any additional capital. And often businesses don't have that capability or they've not thought through that. And so there are some courses and some technical assistance offered by the Small Business Development Center that can allow businesses to reach for that kind of help and to build that capability for themselves. One of the other notable things about the SBDC is that they are willing to also offer, even though they have that central location at Viscount, which is, if you think about the geographical growth of El Paso County recently, is pretty much in the heart of El Paso these days. But they also are willing to offer these courses in different parts of the county so that we perhaps could host it at maybe a county facility like in Fabens, or they can identify some other locations or campuses, including EPCC locations like Mission del Paso campus, the Northeast campus, or the Far West campus in West El Paso, as places where these courses can take shape. We know that a lot of businesses, often those operators, managers, or owners don't have time to drive in to attend a course at Viscount, but perhaps by bringing those courses closer to them, that also can resonate for businesses and allow them to have that free help, that's technical assistance. Next slide, please. We've also identified the impact that Project Arriba has in terms of building that important pipeline of healthcare talent in El Paso that often retains a lot of those folks that end up working as nurses or in other healthcare fields in our hospitals and other healthcare centers. And so that's something that perhaps we can consider as well. I think the court in its most recent budget hearings set aside about $150,000 for Project Arriba for this next year. And so we can consider offering $300,000 to scale that up to some degree and make sure that over the next 2 years they have additional assistance to basically do more of the work that seems to be pretty impactful for not just our community, but for the people that graduate from that program and often stay here to serve in important roles at our hospitals and other doctor's office medical places. Next slide, please. The Better Business Bureau has been delivering a lot of the marketing and outreach, and as you know, we've mentioned those two websites, EP Business Strong, as well as Buy El Paso, that they manage, and they often highlight clusters of businesses and offer free advertising for those businesses that they otherwise wouldn't have. We think that any kind of program for Faster 2.0 is going to need some additional outreach and some additional marketing, and so we could bulk up the $150,000 that we had set aside for them to double that, so that we can make sure that the 2 years of support for businesses using ARPA money has a good way to reach people in the right places, including using promotoras to do some of the outreach. Next slide, please. I think back in January, I presented to the court, Bitwise Industries had set up shop here in El Paso. They were a new entity based out of Fresno, California. And they basically set up courses that help train people tech-related skill sets. These are tech-adjacent or tech jobs. Learning how to code, how to do software development is something that's a fairly big gap in our region. And these folks have identified making sure that they can actually fill this gap with some courses. One of the more interesting things about their program is they find people who are not on the traditional pathways for education. Sometimes they're justice involved folks. Sometimes they're getting references from some of the places of assistance in the area where people have said that they're looking for help, they're looking for training, but usually don't have an easy pathway to find that traditional training. These folks do a good job of finding some of the people in El Paso who need that kind of assistance and training, basically put put them through their program. And what's also interesting about Bitwise is that because it is a tech company as well as a training company, they often hire a lot of the folks that they train up. A lot of the graduates end up working for Bitwise, who sometimes either work directly for Bitwise, who work or work for Bitwise, serving other companies' needs. And so that's something that's also interesting about Bitwise Industries. As I mentioned to you, they're fairly new to the area. We're watching their growth in the region. They have connected to help out with Workforce Solutions Borderplex's needs as well. And so they've started to really run through our community in terms of understanding what our needs are, building up programs that they think are filling those gaps, and are answering some of those needs that we have in terms of creating more tech-related jobs. One other thing I'll mention about them is they also have assistance through a private funder. Microsoft is committed to giving them $5 million to help build up their capability here in El Paso, and that's something that's also important to know, that they also have private sector folks, end users in mind, people who are helping them, get the gear that they need, the software that they need to make sure that this all runs correctly.
Michael, I got to meet with them at the onset, and it looked like a really ambitious, project. But I hadn't heard too much about them. So where are they? And Betsy, you know something?
I did want to add something. I know Michael's giving a really thorough overview of what they're doing. One thing about the projects that we want to make sure you all are aware of, we're discussing these concepts today for your feedback, and we still need to vet each type of this agreement through legal. And I say that because Bitwise, I believe, is a for-profit.
It's a for-profit, yes.
And so we're going to have to make sure that's even possible for us to do this if you're interested.
Yeah, that's
so. I apologize, that doesn't answer your question directly, Judge, as far as like where they're at.
Yeah, no, that's the part that I was a little confused about, because I recall that it was an incredible project, but it was profitable, and
Yeah.
so I didn't know.
And right now they're finishing up the third cohort of students that they've trained up in some of these skill sets, and so it's starting to catch on. They're starting to figure out other folks that they can actually reach out to, and all the different assistance organizations that can actually feed this program people who are interested in gaining a skill set that's pretty resilient, portable, and is going to go a long way. Next slide, please. We've also been talking to the City of El Paso about a plan that they are forming to build a one-stop shop in El Paso, in central El Paso, to provide business support services to anybody who's either looking to launch a business or grow a business. I think if you recall, there was some kind of similar one-stop shop that folks created on Loma Land maybe more than 12, 13 years ago. It existed, and it actually has a bunch of different entities, including the Small Business Administration and other folks. And so the idea is similar here, where you would have a one-stop shop to allow business to either launch pretty quickly or grow with support there. They could actually go and find their way forward, either connecting with microlenders, like I think Lift Fund is looking to be in the same space, as well as city licensing and permitting services. One thing the city has asked us is perhaps there could be a component of the county clerk's office that helps with the formation of businesses. Every time you form a business, you have to go get a DBA here. And so they've asked whether they could have that capability at that office too, as well as some support for some of the marketing and operational needs that one-stop shop might present along the way. But that one-stop shop so far has been proposed at the former AB Fall Mansion. That's over at 1725 Arizona. It's on a mostly residential street. It's about 2 blocks away from Montana, but it is in central El Paso. Seems to have ample parking on the street, as well as behind that property. And so I can't recall how many square feet it is, but it is fairly large. I think it's close to about 4,000 square feet when you count all 3 floors. That is That is an idea that the city is continuing to develop, and we'll make sure that we stay in touch with them to find out more details about what that project presents, and then update the court appropriately. Next slide, please. So aside from the $2.5 million for technical assistance to support businesses, we also want to make sure that we continue to work with our community partners, especially UTEP, in trying to figure out ways to deploy and invest the $2 million that's been set aside for industry-specific development. And that's really to focus in on those clusters, advanced manufacturing, aerospace and defense, and healthcare-related businesses that we think are going to be transformational for this region. Also, they serve a need for what we're looking to grow in terms of our capability. When you think about healthcare-related needs, the more you can build up in terms of providing more skill sets and attracting more business here, or starting more businesses that build up our healthcare ecosphere, that helps to make sure that we're served adequately. Next slide, please. And so as I mentioned to you, UTEP is that partner over at our Fabens Airport. I heard mention of the Fabens Airport in our previous item, and I think people should, and we'll be making sure that as we build up and improve the Fabens Airport so we grow that research and development capability, that people are aware of that as being a transformational project for this region that provides more economic opportunities for El Pasoans, not only by helping to attract aerospace and defense companies to come and do some of their testing and training at the Fabens Airport with UTEP, but also to help launch new businesses, either homegrown or that help move to this area when that talent understands the capability of UTEP's testing preeminence. When they come here to the Fabens area or the El Paso region, that we have the supports to help those businesses get launched correctly. That also might mean putting together some capital for some of the startups and some of the incubators that are really coming out of some of this work that's aligned with the $40 million Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant that the EDA awarded El Paso a few months ago. So all that is shaping up in a pretty strong way. Next slide, please. The court, if you recall back in January, we had talked about support for child care operations, and so we do know that about 1 in 10 businesses that provided child care support in El Paso County did close, and once they close, it's hard to bring them back. Those that stayed open have a challenge in front of them, which is the state has increased certification requirements for people who work at child care operations in Texas, and so that's something that most businesses are already grappling with in terms of trying to keep and attract talent, is to also train up the talent that they have. There's going to be a lot of need to make sure that we provide assistance for certification efforts to help train some of those folks. And a lot of the child care operations don't have the capital or the means to do so yet. Workforce Solutions Borderplex would be that partner in that role, and we've set aside about a little bit more than $1.8 million to help with those child care operators. Next slide, please. And then, of course, we've mentioned to the court previously that we want to support the creative arts community. When we listened to them last year and heard from them their feedback about how our business support programs were working or could be improved, we heard many of them felt that they were left out or left behind by not just our programs, but other programs, the cities, the federal government's programs for assistance for a lot of them, and as well as the venues that were heavily impacted by the pandemic, either shut down or closed down because there was not a lot of traffic where people could show their art, make their art, or help deliver their products to people. And so we've thought about creating a leadership or a county art leadership liaison position to the tune of about $250,000 over the next 2 years that would basically create a position within the county that would connect to different boards in the region, that would help oversee some of the arts placemaking opportunities that we want to support here in El Paso, the more you can lace art and creative folks in different neighborhoods, in different commercial corridors, it helps to enrich that activity. I think Mr. Landeros earlier, when he was presenting his item, talked about money set aside for creative arts activities for certain projects. Every time you introduce art into a project, including the Fabens Airport improvements, we've thought about how do you make that an arts piece. Well, you perhaps can think about the new hangars that are going to be going into that. And you can actually say that perhaps we can use that as a public art space for murals that allows local artists to then apply their art and make that a more, not just a functional airport, but a cool airport, a good place to be, a good place to visit, something that is an attraction in Texas now. So I think that arts liaison position is something that could be pretty helpful. They could also work with staff to provide some assistance and talk to staff about thinking about, tackling some challenges with an artistic view in mind, so that perhaps we can always infuse arts in a lot of the work or improvements that the county is achieving. And then we've also talked about a fellowship for 6 folks who would be from the creative arts community who could also provide that kind of perspective. And basically what we would do is gain for them for 6 months at a time, almost as an internship here at the county to work with different departments. And they could add to some of the thinking, some of the ideating around solving some of our issues. That does a couple of things. We gain a different perspective from the arts community on some of those projects, but we also give back to those folks who perhaps have not had any traditional employment recently or have been out of work for a little bit, a place on the resume where they basically can point to working with the county and achieving specific projects to show that their participation here lends them to other employment opportunities going forward. Next slide, please. And so we've also set aside about $350,000 as part of project grants for the creative arts community to allow some of those grants to take shape in different corridors. I think especially the Mission Trail corridor could gain a lot of opportunities by making sure that we have grants available for public arts opportunities, helping to either revive or help activate commercial spaces in the area that I think connect well to our historical spaces throughout Mission Trail. Next slide, please. And so those are some of the programs that we'd like to move forward with and refine somewhat with those community partners that we pointed out earlier. Happy to hear any feedback you have about some of those community partners and some of those projects, what they look like. And in fact, Miguel or Alexis, can you go back to that 5th slide that shows sort of the proposed projects and funding all in one shot? One more. There you go. And so I just wanted to kind of, hear any feedback from commissioners and the judge about any of these programs or partners that you have for us, any questions that we can help answer.
Well, I think it's very creative that you're helping those that help others. You know what I'm saying? Like finding technical or the training. And but sometimes as I look at this, I don't see, for example, you said earlier how difficult it's been that people are now looking to start businesses. But I think one of the biggest component of that are the individuals that left the healthcare industry because it was so difficult and so challenging that they left, which leaves us with a huge, we have to do something quickly, even without a pandemic happening or the virus coming back. We're in a really difficult situation in healthcare, trying to take care of more people as they come in, and then at the same time having less, personnel. So when I look at some of the projects that are equating almost in the same, like Project Arriba, 300,000, and the impact they will have in our community, it just doesn't match. Because I know, I mean, I love the Business Bureau, that what they do, but it doesn't come close to what Project Arriba does. And so, and you're putting them at the same amount. And so, sort of that concerns me, because if I think, what's the one thing that everybody talks about, and you could expand it, the number of people, like I said, the hotels are, I know of 2 of the hotels are about 30, 40 individuals short of personnel, so we know that they too are struggling. But the impact, you know, they can somehow figure out how to provide the quality, give more hours, but that can't happen in a hospital. You know, it's really difficult to say, okay, we'll work 14 hours and then have to work in such an intense environment. So that's the only thing I would look at, is that maybe look at what's the, who can provide the most impact and return on the investment, and look at that as a priority.
Yes,
as
sir.
well. So Betsy, you're nodding your head. So.
What I wanted to add, and something Michael and I already discussed too, and this, you know, as I look at like moving money to different things that you all may be interested in, we did talk a little bit about Project Arriba, and we have a long-term relationship with them, and we have a proven track record with them. Another thing we did talk about, and we'd really like to hear your feedback on, because it could free up some other money. This is ARPA funds we're talking about, and previously the court had taken a kind of a policy stance about giving any of our ARPA funds to the city, because we had asked the city to help fund, to pay back some of what we paid, the $34 million that we gave to UMC, and the city said, no, we'll take it from here, but you pay for the back payment to UMC, basically, or you provide the $34 million to UMC. And I know it's only $200,000. You know, we're trying to balance this with a community-wide approach, but it is your ARPA funding, and you all had previously taken a policy approach to not give any of your ARPA funds to the city. And so that right there would give you another $200,000. If you take that approach, it'd give you $200,000 you could reallocate to Project Arriba right there. And then if we go through, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Stout.
I'm sorry, Betsy. I was just going to affirm that statement. I agree. I think we need to, you know, slash that part of the what was presented, that $200,000 for using our ARPA funding to support a city initiative. Not only were they not helpful with, you know, some of the ARPA funding that they got, but I feel like we've gone in with them on a number of projects over the years, and I haven't really seen much fruits, you know, a lot of fruit from those projects, and I feel like we're better serving the community by taking that money and giving it to Project Arriba. I think that we should work as hard as we can to try to get Project Arriba the $1 million that they're asking for. You know, there's a couple of other projects that are on here that I have questions about, but we can. I just wanted to say that I agree with Betsy on that.
Yeah, the other thing I was concerned about, just to open up, we've got people lined up on the nonprofits that could be extremely eligible for them. And I'm wondering, if you look at priorities, do you sort of look at the ones that were in the list, maybe the top that didn't get it but were very close, before we look at some of these, because I think that's where we have a great relationship with. But anyway, it's that balance of, you know, we don't have enough money to do everything, but we do need to get creative.
Judge, the one thing, though, I would tell you, it's not on this slide, but one area, and I'm living this myself right now, I mean, not to personalize it, but I'm constantly still hearing about the child care issues.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm hearing all the time about people struggling with child care and the lack of child care providers. I have a 1-year-old granddaughter living with us right now, and my son is debating to take a higher paying job because of childcare availability. You can't even find childcare, you know, and I
that
work a
keeps-
full-time job.
Well, no, and that keeps them from going to the work. I mean,
Right.
people were sort of stereotyping, like if people didn't want to go in, but when you talk about the number of, especially women, that have to debate between going to work and you know, the grandfather's no longer there because of maybe COVID, or they're
Right.
afraid, they're not
Right.
feeling vulnerable, so they've made decisions. So, which in a way was good, because I think the YWCA looking at very, you know, certified centers that with, you know, talented, because we know that it impacted a lot of the opportunities to go to college when they don't start properly, and, you know, they're not getting the right education, and so that one impacts a lot of things that, and so childcare, I think, has got to be a priority.
That's a huge one. That's one of the programs we're proposing. But if you want, if I'm hearing, I heard Commissioner Stout say it, and Judge, I'm hearing you say it. If you all want to get Project Arriba to $1 million, if that's the will of the court, you take the 200,000 from the city program, that gets you up to 500. I think we look at the any of the other programs, and Michael, I would also, you know, love to hear your thoughts on that, but like, we could shave 250,000 off of the 750,000, and you'd have your $1 million to allocate to Project Arriba, which is a direct pipeline to our healthcare systems.
Is that over and above the 150 that we
Yes, sir.
budgeted?
It'd be $1 million over the 150,000 we've already contracted to them.
Commissioner Holguin?
Well, I guess I had two comments. First, to finish up with this discussion, and I'm fine with considering that, but I'm just going to reiterate something that I mentioned last time we had a discussion about increasing funding for Project Arriba. I think it's really important that we build into any contracts that we do with them that some of their graduates have to work at UMC for a specific amount of time. I mean, if we're doing this to help our county hospital, then I think that needs to be part of the agreement.
And I'm happy to share with you that I did have a recent conversation with Project Arriba folks, or people who are connected to that work, and they have reached out to have that conversation with UMC to make sure that they can frame out what that
Great.
agreement would look like.
Good,
So that
good.
pipeline flows directly to them as well.
Great.
And we over the years, as we've increased our funding to Project Arriba, we have put more and more standards on them, and they have risen to those expectations. So, like, you know, we've said we wanted to, we has to be county residents. We added, they had to be at a certain level of the poverty. We added that they had to track them for some period. So, I mean, we just, in our current contract, it's so much more robust than what it used to be. And they've been really agreeable to those requirements. And then they have come back and shown how they've met them.
Mhm. And Commissioner Holguin, you had also mentioned the food bank as a critical component of.
Yes, and that's actually more related to the NOFO that we
From the
did.
NOFO.
Yeah, so that was related more to the NOFO and some of the funding that we were going to have left over, not left over, the additional funding, because one of the granted organizations declined their funding.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, 'cause I was thinking of that priority list on this, but you're absolutely right.
Commissioner, or Judge, when you said that, if you all support us proceeding with some contract amount for Project Arriba, and we go work on that and bring it back, Jose and I have already talked briefly about that would relieve some of the pressure on the NOFO, because the next two agencies, which are pretty much at a neck and neck kind of.
Would be those two.
Would be those two, and it would then relieve what we're trying to do over there on the NOFO.
It'd be more an opportunity for the food bank, right? Because now you're giving them Project Arriba that amount, so that takes care of that.
And my other question, Michael, did we consider with this funding doing what we did with the initial FASTER program. I know with FASTER, we were able to commit 10 million of the CARES Act funding, and I know that we're only talking about 2.5 million here, but did we consider, or is it something that we can consider doing that direct assistance to businesses? I think the way we did it with the CARES funding, the 10 million, I heard from so many businesses how even small grant amounts help them stay open and keep their employees during the pandemic. And I think that there's still so many businesses that are suffering. Their revenue maybe hasn't gone back up, but they're having to pay more in wages just because the labor market is so tight right now, and they're not able to a lot of times make those ends meet.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if why we didn't consider that direct assistance to businesses, or is that something that we can't consider with these funds the way we did it with the CARES funds?
We did consider those direct funding opportunities, and we took a look at what FASTER was achieving, or where we saw some of the growth in terms of businesses and what we heard back from businesses, as well as other community projects in other parts of the country and how they've worked. And it really is just hard to gauge the impact that direct assistance does, right? It's aside from anecdotal evidence of people saying that they were able to pay some past due bills, the funding in that way is more temporary. It's there for a little while. It helps solve a quick problem. But for the company itself, you've not built a capability that helps them help themselves down the line. And so we kept seeing that over and over. We kept exploring ways where we can actually gauge impact in a stronger way. That's still pretty hard to define. And so we really seem to opt to just focus on technical assistance as a means to, one, understand how the money is deployed, how it's used by that company. But the two, it's also a good way to start measuring the growth of that business, or to kind of check back in with them later on to track how they've used that technical assistance and how meaningful it's been for them.
And I guess one of the ideas that I liked, it's not on this slide, I think it's the next slide, where we talk about with the child care workers supplementing or subsidizing, I guess, some of the pay to get them up to the higher levels.
That's right.
I wonder if that might be something we would want to consider, not direct assistance the way FASTER 1.0 was done, where we just give the funds, but using funds to do precisely that, right? Helping businesses meet the labor shortage by helping to pay a little bit of a higher wage to try to fill, because I think that that's still a problem that we're seeing everywhere, the labor shortage, whether we're talking about the hospitality industry or the restaurant industry, childcare industry. So I'm just wondering if we can't think about
We could take a
doing
look at that, and we certainly can. And in fact, we think about, some of the skill set development assistance that we sometimes offer businesses through a 381. Sometimes, in a few cases, it's been spelled out in not just developing skill sets or training, but also supplementing pay for a certain amount of time, with some good expectations in mind that the employer would then keep the pay at that amount, right? So we can certainly explore that and see if we could chisel out, I guess, maybe some funding from the stream that allows businesses to have that capability.
I do, and on that concept, I love this concept. What we have, just as a reference, we have a total in what these programs, 2.5 million, correct, Michael? And then in the childcare, and the other program is also
So the industry specific is $2 million, or $2 million.
Industry specific is 2 million. So between all of them, you have a total that we're looking at 4.5 million, or was it 5.5?
So 5.5 when you add the arts-related activities as well. Right?
Okay, and I will tell you on the arts-related activities, there's a couple things that it would impact that, and we could lower portions of that. We brought you all a while back proposals with a few different approaches to that. But right now, the part of the arts that I think is the most critical is the arts, the very first program, the
liaison position.
The liaison position, because you have money now, but we need a liaison to go out there and work with you in your precincts and do those creative placemaking activities to do meaningful projects in each area. And so, and then that position could also help us with the creating an arts advisory group that would basically have no fiscal impact. So we could get a couple of those projects done if we had the liaison. And then we could work on some of the others as well. I mean, we could work towards like future budgeting for some of the others. Not using ARPA necessarily, but that gives you a portion of that funding back. That's about another $500,000 it would give you back to supplement if you do want to do some kind of direct business assistance, like with the LIFT fund or something, specifically for wages or.
I would prefer those types of programming, the direct assistance to businesses.
Are we suggesting reducing the amount of money that we have on the list here for the arts programs?
Commissioner Stout, what I'm saying is if you want to do some arts and some direct financial assistance to businesses, we would take $250,000 and leave it in the arts program and do both community art, the 4 community art projects that we have funded right now, and do set up an advisory board, and that we would then ask for in budget funding for the other arts programs, and that you would use the ARPA money for direct business assistance to help with wages.
Okay, I don't know if I'm overly supportive of that, but I guess we can talk about it. I think that, the reason why we brought up the arts community is because it's been a sector that's been left out, and I don't really want to reduce the amount of funding that we have proposed here for the arts. I think that is also could be considered, direct assistance to folks who are in a different sector and in a sector that has been left out. So I'm not supportive of that. I'm just going to lay that out. But I do want to ask about the Bitwise money. I mean, it seems to me if we're doing technical assistance through the Faster 2.0 proposal and then technical assistance through Bitwise, I mean, I guess it's not the same type of technical assistance because the technical assistance for 2.0 is business technical assistance and the other one is workforce training technical. But I don't know enough, I guess, about the Bitwise program and the the return on investment in that program. I mean, I'd like to understand a little bit more about that before I support going down that road. And then I also had a question about the $300,000 for the Better Business Bureau. That seems like a lot of money to do marketing.
So yeah, the $300,000 would be over 2 years, so about $150,000 each year, and that's about what we had spent during a little bit more than what we spent during the first version of Faster. To answer your question about Bitwise, that is more refined technical assistance. It's really just on skill sets that have to do with the tech industry, software development, coding, those kinds of things that we don't really have a lot of folks providing assistance for right now. We have looked at Bitwise and how they've done in other communities, and what's pretty interesting is that they have, where they have training programs set up, the retention of those people has been really strong, especially if you look at Fresno and other communities in California where they've set up some of the training. Those folks stick around, find jobs, and stay for some time. And so they have some high retention rates that I thought were pretty interesting.
Michael, is that the only for-profit entity that we have? That's the only one?
That's right. Yes.
And one of the things I liked about that one is because I felt was going to be driven by the private sector, like Microsoft, but get more private, and that was exciting to me, but I never knew about the support from a county perspective or the city. But what I liked was that, more and more private investors private companies would invest in that, more so than us. But.
And they've also talked about customized training for county needs as well, which I think is also interesting. One idea that we talked about with them was, as we are thinking about broadband improvement and how we're going to need a lot more technicians to actually deploy the equipment and maintain the equipment, we don't have, and most communities don't have enough of those people to scale up all the infrastructure needs that you're going to see spell out. And so, yeah, you're going to need to basically train up a workforce. What better way to do it than to make sure that you train up somebody locally, that you're not bringing in contractors from outside the city to basically provide that service. And then you now have people who can maintain and work on those kinds of infrastructure needs, or those the switches and gears, the gear that's set up for the system.
Michael, I may be doing, my math may be off, I'm missing something. So we have 5.5 million in ARPA.
Yes.
And the programs on the slide equal to it's the 2.5 million. And then we have 2 million for industry specific.
Correct.
What's the other million?
The other million was the arts related.
Oh, it's not part of the industry specific?
No, ma'am. That's on its own.
While you're looking at that one more comment I wanted to make, or I guess a couple, is when it comes to the childcare pot or funding, I want to make sure that it's not just for paying more for childcare, but making sure that we have highly trained and one thing that I've learned from other counties with my dealings with National Association of Counties and the Economic Mobility Leadership Network is, you have to have a component there that makes sure that you have high quality child care, not just throwing money at child care, but having a framework that allows for these organizations that will be getting that money, workforce that's going to be receiving that money, that they have, a very high level of training, and I just want to make sure that that's being contemplated with what we're doing with that.
Yes, sir, and that's why Workforce Solutions Motorplex would be that partner, because they would ensure that the program delivers that increased capability that you do have now. Somebody who's received that assistance is now providing excellent service to the community. So we're basically helping to increase the level of serviceability that they provide.
And okay, and one last thing that I wanted to bring up is, we talked a little bit about earlier about some of the restrictions that we put on the money that we've given to Project Arriba to only provide funding for out-county residents or folks that don't live within the city limits. And again, I would like to advocate for any of this money to be available for all county residents, because 90% of the population, tax-paying population that lives in El Paso County lives within the city limits. I think we would be doing a terrible disservice to all those folks, just limiting all this to 10% of the population.
Yes, sir. Any other questions or any other feedback?
Just to be clear, I think you answered this already, but all of these amounts that we're talking about would be over a 2-year period.
Correct. And so we could adjust back some of these amounts, especially those first two, to perhaps see if we can get to that level of support that folks are looking for Project Arriba.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then the other thing I want to make sure I understand is if we get if we make the adjustment, get the increase to Project Ariba, what about Commissioner Olguin's concept of, do you want to do in lieu of some of these programs or at a lower rate of some of these programs, direct financial assistance to businesses again?
You're talking about the same faster businesses?
Or those who apply, basically. It'd be an application process.
And do we have a listing of the businesses that we did in fact help?
Yes.
But did not make it?
We don't know, we haven't checked back in to see how those businesses have done. And I think that's part of the challenge, is trying to track the impact of the support, right? When you lend or you give money, either through a grant or a loan, it's a shot in the arm for a little while, but it's only that, right? And it's hard to make sure that you're providing some assistance that goes further than just helping somebody pay off some past due bills. But we can always check out our list of folks that received assistance and see if perhaps there's a way to find out whether they're still solvent.
Yeah, I think that'd be really important, because I'd like to know why they failed. Was it because of lack of a bigger amount of a help that they needed, or something else?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can certainly take a look at that.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to you with some more details, something more refined for you to consider, and then see if perhaps the court's willing to move forward with those kinds of programs and allow us to work with legal to make sure that everything that we're working through is vetted and meets the requirements of ARPA.
Thank you, Michael. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This completes all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Okay. Well, thank everybody, our translators back there. Thank you for being with us, and everybody else here today, and have a great weekend as we're going into Thanksgiving. So if we don't see each other, I wish every one of you a great Thanksgiving. Enjoy your family, most of all. Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:40 p.m.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.